Hello and welcome to the 31st episode of our Adventures in Excordia campaign, denoted by my ingenious idea to put the upcoming episode title in a handout. I'm your GM Connor, and the players with us tonight are Karen, played by Pyro,
I want to go home.
Dat Rat, played by Dom,
Sweet roll.
and Dario, played by Norvin,
Hi.
Silver, played by Tristan,
Hello.
Katira, played by Liv,
I have looked into the face of death and she gave me back.
Morgana, played by Shane,
Howdy.
and Zunkiri, played by Fergus.
I really don't like slavers.
There it is.
So, last we left off, you all kicked off your day with a light jaunt into the middle ring of Galazorn to assassinate a lesser Casturgian noble before getting the main course of blowing up a slaver compound and eradicating about 90% of their forces and pretty much permanently destroying their compound, as they don't have the numbers to really hold the territory after that kind of assault. You also managed to swipe their whole records vault, which has been stuffed into Endariel's ring by some... Technically was carrying a bunch of boxes by stacking it on her, and then at the last second letting go and having her bamf in. Those are all in there, and it may take some time to get them out, but you have... Her ring is pretty much full of these boxes of files. You had blown up the compound by having Zonkiri's undead, the ones he couldn't maintain control on, take 2 battering rams and slam them into a red and green shard of electrite, which caused this infernal natural explosion that blew up the building and made this horrible hells-like vegetation to begin to consume all living matter around there. You did not kill the Ruiner, but you did kill the Warden.
We did not kill the warden.
No.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. You abducted the Warden, who is still with you, unconscious. And as I rolled, I believe it was 2 or 3 hours until he wakes up on his own, unless you knock him the fuck back out.
He's staying unconscious for the
The
time being.
ruiner exploded. Yes.
You could assume so.
Yes, yes.
But
Until he shows up as a reoccurring villain and then I rip him in half with chainsaws, I'll assume he exploded.
Yes, yes.
no more Skaven talk.
No.
Yes, yes.
You all then headed out of town and, being exhausted, set up camp. And I believe you made a quick watch. Actually, I can double check that because that would have been the last thing you all did.
Yeah, they're doomed.
Go boom. Yes, yes.
It does not
New
look like
wheel.
it. Okay, so we pick up as you all are settling down to take your watch a few miles outside of Galazorn. Like 20 miles.
I want to go to Everdown. Yes, yes.
No.
Not to be confused with
sir.
Never Down.
That's never down, sir.
No. I want to go to Everdown.
No.
No, that one's never down. The other one is never down.
Thank you.
You'll
I
keep
know,
bouncing
I want-
between the two of them. You'll get there and they'll be like, no, this is never down. Never down south.
High
Go
fives,
south.
high fives
Never
to all
down
my
south.
players right now. Just thank you for running with the bit.
I understood the assignment.
No. I deal in inspiration cards. Yes, yes.
You got some last session and a level. Don't push it.
Level?
We had to
We
push
level?
you into the level.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're like,
Well, eight.
I just heard DM say level. Yes, yes.
you all are a little late, right?
anyway.
Yeah, we're all
how are
level
we doing?
8.
Yes. All right. Let's see here.
Consider this official notice that you leveled up and got your inspiration cards.
Woo!
Yep.
You all are able to... Well, first of all, are you all taking a watch as you're bedding down outside of this camp?
Yeah.
Didn't we already do this?
No, there's
No,
no perception checks
no.
in the chat.
No, I thought we did. Never mind.
I think we should take watches just because there could be goblin werebears about.
Single watch or fast watch?
Fast.
All right. Does that sound good to
So-
everybody?
That be
Advantage.
single watch.
Advantage
Yep.
for
Good with me.
Katira.
I mean, Katira is practically like catatonic right now. She's conscious, but she is
then I
not
guess I'll do
aware.
it.
One
Then
at
I'll do it.
advantage.
All right. Let's see here. Perception check. Yeehaw.
Also to note, I marked Gobo's clan.
24.
Where Gobo
You-
clan,
you-
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You watch Karen as you all are sat up there. You're kind of tucked behind, off the road, on some vaguely hilly areas. You found a little place where you can kind of nestle down, almost trench-like.
I stay as a hybrid bear to
Yeah.
establish dominance.
And your stark white fur against the ashy gray coloration of the area is not great for stealth, but
Hmm.
you tuck your head over top and you see the smoke rising out of Galazorn. Literal smoke is billowing up like this red and green. You see some bolts of energy arcing through it. It's bad. You with a 24, you see that there's some fires have likely spread from the site of the explosion, and whatever semblance of like quote fire department or guards more likely have scattered to go and try and minimize the damage.
Karen's also going to go under the assumption that, like most things Zinkiri touches, that thing is that semi tower of hell is somewhat alive, and anything that gets near it gets fucking stabbed.
The smoke pillar.
No, that random fucking vine tower affront to God.
You think you see a face in the smoke at one point.
That's about right.
So what we're saying is, rather than snake, it's plant Rykard.
Together.
Whatever.
So, you do see guards are swarming out a pretty far berth around the city, and they seem to be on high alert. But they don't get all the way out to you all, where your camp is. But you do keep an eye on them. Like they're within eye shot of you, and you duck down and stay hidden. But they don't ever do a sweep far enough out to you. But you are very aware that Galazorn is now going to be on high alert for a while to see who the domestic terrorists were
The fuck did that?
on a random
No
Tuesday
matter
We're not
how many
afternoon.
domestic.
times-
We're not domestic. We don't live there.
No matter how many times I change the name of this fucking +1 longsword to Dragon Slayer, it reverts. It pisses me off.
So, are you all headed straight to Moonwatch for this next day as you wake up with no issues?
I don't think we have anywhere else to be.
Yeah, you could always go visit
How's my
Gobo.
prisoner?
No, I'm good.
How do you keep him asleep in the night, quote unquote?
I mean,
Violence.
violence.
I imagine
could-
the Skelly boys just beat the shit out of him every
There's-
time he wakes up.
There are,
I mean,
no Skelly boys.
Repetitive bonking.
Connor, I
Mhm.
believe, but I can still drug the fucker with my herbs.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
You,
easy enough.
you gave me an inch. I'm taking a mile every time. Every
You know,
time.
you're fair. Rather than have somebody wake up every 1 to 4 hours during the night, you just give him an extra dose of NyQuil, and he stays out.
I mean, every once in a while, I do have to apply the old orc numbing agent as in a fucking club, but you know, it's just a
go.
classic. It makes him feel. It makes him feel at home.
Guys,
Hey, what up?
did we put my arcane manacles on him? Because I don't see them on my list anywhere.
I would
think
assume we did
Yes, we did.
because they definitely have magic abilities. Yeah, you did.
you saw him cast some spells. Mainly, he tried. Well, you saw him try to cast some spells
we saw him try
twice.
a lot of times.
The
Tried so
destructive
hard.
wave.
We even let him
twice.
finish.
No,
Access denied.
you did not. In fact,
No, we let him finish the somatic components. The spell just didn't go off.
see, the finishing would be slam anyway. You make your way out of the Underdark fairly easily. Do you keep him unconscious or just like bound and gagged as you carry him?
Oh, we'll keep him unconscious
Okay.
in case someone gets him.
When
later.
you get up to the bubble of Moonwatch, what do you say to the guards who see you hauling the body up? Because
official gets business.
Wrong day.
I don't remember what the fuck are we called? The weirdos?
Mm-hmm.
The weirdos.
Joe weirdos. All right, official weirdos business.
You produce the note for that the governess gave you to give you access to the tunnel, and they just kind of Give us just a second.
Is that a corpse?
No, it wishes it
No,
was.
but those points to the 29 corpses behind us.
Yeah. The
Oh
slag.
god! What the
They're
fuck?
all uniformed, and they're like,
He's just Helman Gorks.
15 minutes later, the guard captain who's watching this area comes down and personally goes, "So,
I
care
tell
to explain?"
Really?
While on the other side of the bubble.
The second we find a way to get that magic anime dead emitter on a cart, he's going to have a corpse cart, and he's going to be unstoppable.
Luckily,
yeah.
Luckily, the way you have it now, it's too big to put on a cart. If
I
he,
know,
however, gets
but
his
I
hands on
said
the
when
right
we
color of
do.
electrite, I'm fucked. And I'm gonna say a color at one point. He goes, this could be interpreted this way. Can I do this, Connor? And I'm gonna have to say yes. So the guard captain has asked. So can I get an explanation as to the corpses and the big one on your shoulder? I'm assuming Morgana's carrying it because it's heavy.
Well, these people tried to kill us and failed. So we killed them. They're ours now.
Yes.
This one was leading them, and he's a prisoner.
Yeah.
He's still a lot.
Yes. I've applied medicinal herbs so he stays nice and comfortable.
Roll me. Oh, one person, no advantage, who'd like to helm this persuasion check.
Zankiri, what's your charisma, buddy? In fact, no, yeah, you're lucky by default. You roll. No.
I would
You
like to
stay
restrict
back
this to people who actually said something in the explanation.
Yeah,
I.e.
that's what I think I was going with.
Yeah.
All right. I assume
Okay.
it's an advantage.
I was gonna have Morgana straight up say we eradicated slavers from the Underdark, but I figured that we are trying not to
You're fucking
describe all
welcome.
things.
We got rid of the
Zonkiri,
slaver problem. We had a
Zonkiri
slaver
Karen,
problem? Not anymore.
Zonkiri Karen, give me a persuasion check or one at advantage.
You want me to just give you advantage?
Sure.
I'm not going to plus 0.
You know
so
he has a negative, right?
You want to give me advantage? I'm not going to plus 0, so there you go. Hey, that's
21.
20. That's what I fucking thought.
Heyo.
He's got a +1. That's not negative.
He looks at you, looks at the.
He must be trained in persuasion.
And he looks at me,
Uh,
and
he-
I look.
And look at him.
This guard captain stares you all up and down. Says, "Can you pass the helmet of the guy through?" The warden's
Morgana
helmet.
will just take it off of him and toss it.
Oh, if that poor guy opens it, it's a drow, right? If it opens his eyes, he looks up, sees the sun. Oh god.
Yeah, you do
No.
see.
I mean, he's facing the ground.
You do
but he
see
will still
a
get whacked
very
or something.
deformed drow underneath the helmet.
Yeah.
Looks to have like electrical scars up the one side of the face, giving the full villain one
Worry
thing
not.
across the eye.
We'll redecorate that face in time.
He looks at the
It's
helmet
Taser
and
face.
passes it through. Yeah, kinda. He goes, "All right, I think I know the figure you're talking about."
We better get that back. Yes.
He walks over to his guards and turns them to face the wall and says, "Don't move." Opens the door. "I never saw you come through here." And it opens.
Right then. Let's go.
The helmet, please. Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna need that back.
"I don't want anything to incriminate me." And he like buffs his fingerprints off of it and hands it back.
As we're dragging everything past and going through, Zonkiri's just going to lightly pat the guy on the back of the head and, good boy.
The guards are just there like, "What the fuck is going on?" And then as you pass, he just kind of grabs their shoulders and turns them back and he's like, "All right, you're back on post."
They don't get paid enough for this shit.
They
Do we
don't.
have to- do
They're
we
not
have to
even
mention
union.
The rat problem is taken care of.
Did you ask about the were rat problem?
Nope.
Because
Let's wait till we. Let's
it's been-
let's not ask the grunts about it. Let's just ask the Baron.
the guard captain is walking up with you as well because his post is at the top of the shaft.
Ask
fine.
about it. We took care of it. What the fuck are you on about?
No, there's still a solid chance of them we told the Baroness that there was probably some people bitten up here, and we kind of need to check back see if anything was done about that in the interim.
Bleh. Sounds like
Yeah.
a city problem.
Yeah.
That sounds like a problem for some other schmuck.
Well, that's why we got our own little keep. So we're gonna take these corpses back there, and then I guess we're gonna go talk to the Baroness. Maybe.
The
Wait.
governess?
Thank you, Liv.
Fuck you.
You all
If
make
you're
your
gonna
way.
insult me, do it right.
Countess.
You
Yeah.
all get to the mouth of the cave, and the guard captain, who likely would have a horse or something to traverse this quickly, gets there first, and just you see the guards are similarly turned to face the wall as you come through.
The Jarl of Whiterun, if I demo, please.
Thane,
I'm
he does
born
give
to
you a piece of
carry your
advice.
burdens.
Just a friendly piece of advice. You are carrying a corpse of some dozen or so corpses through
Yes,
the
corpses of
slums, a populated area.
Wait, I thought we were gonna drop the corpses through the fort, then
Yeah.
go.
You have to come out of the mouth of the cave into the slums to get there.
Well,
Do
really,
you have a tarp? Is his question.
Not
Dario
really.
will just cast darkness on the sled.
that
good
doesn't
enough.
move with us, I don't think. Does it?
Darkness follows. Silence does not.
Okay. I get the two
It's
just
better
confused.
than letting people see what you're carrying. Carry on.
They will have the smell though.
Yeah, so they just see this glowing orb of darkness that smells like death traverse through the slums.
Connor,
it.
roll for weather. If it's really sunny out, it's gonna smell bad.
It's partly cloudy.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, moist corpse.
And moderate temperature. All right. They're not that bad.
A perfectly average kind of day. And you all still in the darkness, by the way, unless you have like one person outside of it, because it's a 20-foot radius.
I'd imagine most of us are outside of it, considering most of us
Yes,
can't see
I
through it.
mean, the only one who can is Dario.
And Dario is pulling the wagon.
Yeah.
With her strength, sure. No, she, for expediency's sake, she shot calling to Morgana to avoid her running into things. With all the bodies in the darkness, you make your way straight to the fort.
Yes.
Okay. So instead
Yep.
of going to town, you go by. You see there is a bit of a longer line at the entry point than usual, and then continue on.
There's a line at the entry point.
Yes. A line at the not your to your fort, but
Yeah. Wait a
of the
minute.
city.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I was about to say. Wait, aren't the slums outside the city? Somewhat?
No. I can go back to the map for a second.
Yeah, please do. I just wanted like it was like somewhat outside. It
So
kinda is.
you all came that direction. So you passed
Alright.
by the entrance ramp, quote unquote.
Okay.
Okay.
So you would have seen there was a line extending out from here.
Okay.
More notable than previously. But you make your way back to Fort Nix. Goodbye, Drac. Let me just
Bye,
address.
Drac.
Goodbye. I think this might have been the
Hey,
launcher's
Drac.
token. Yeah. And you come in to first. You disarm the acid trap by whatever mechanism you do that, and open it to see your 3 gardeners or groundskeepers.
I believe
3 or 4 of the
it's.
peacekeepers.
I believe I did 2 guards. What?
2 guards, 1 groundkeeper.
Your groundspeople,
Yeah.
the automatons in general, referring to just.
Yep.
You have 3 of them.
I will
See-
retrieve my alchemist jug.
The green one.
My
I forget its name. Just
Verde.
Verde.
Man,
Valid.
Libra, Verde, and Aldar, the 3 robots, and Verde is the groundskeeper.
Verde hands it over, and you see it goes back to like pruning weeds. You see Beatrice and Clyde have been like sponge bathed while you were away. Their stall was mucked out. You see that Verde's a little bit gross. and that you may want to add a self-cleaning protocol when she does her jobs.
Oh, bear back.
Yes, and he named the white one white, and they're named after their color, Norvin.
Yeah.
Yep.
You sight in, and I think this would be the day before or the last day in which your abjurist friend is finishing up the device. Because you had like two or 3 days at first in the Underdark, then you came
Actually,
back,
do I
and then you went
have-
back, and you just had a 2 or 3 day stint there. So I'm gonna say she's rounding the corner on it. And if it's not, then oh well, you got a 1 day discount on her week-long job. And you see
Woo.
she's currently standing on the roof, just seemingly has like a almost looks like a weather vane in one hand with a wire running down it, wrapped around her arm into and like a backpack of some sort, and another cable out of the backpack into this large, almost sonar dish below a large crystal that seems to be expanding slowly. You watch it for a minute and it will pulse. And every so often it'll pulse very big and you'll just hear a slight popping noise. And if you look very close, you'll see some jutting crystals that she then goes and sands down into a particular shape. She has not seemed to notice you yet, or has not said hello. But do you all just continue on and go about your business?
Who is this?
Where do we wish to put the prisoner?
Is the abjurer?
Yeah.
Oh, I assume.
No, Dom.
Credit-report.com.
I mean, don't we have cells
Type
in
something.
Zankiri's room?
You don't know that, but above board, yes, there is a cell in Zankiri's room.
That's why I'm not talking in the Carrot voice. Do we want to put him there, Zankiri?
Sure.
I'm not worried about your zombies doing shit. Not my problem.
So you kind of just drop the corpses wherever you're going to drop them. They're inside your fort now, so it really doesn't matter. And you take
Until that generator's ready.
yeah, and then they'll just start to animate day after day.
You know, I forgot my arcane lock password, to be quite honest.
Rip.
I mean, everyone's able to open it. I just forgot the password.
No, history check.
You open the door. If Zankiri lets you into his room, you can step in and look at it. But you see I'm assuming prestidigitation's the key to it, and puts the warden in without his gear.
Actually, I don't even think Zankiri's room is locked.
Yeah, he doesn't have a password.
Who's dumb enough to walk into his room unannounced?
Exactly.
Exactly.
I remember when Zankiri let some big dark knight walk in his room, talk shit, and he locked the door and killed his ass in it.
He said,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're approaching me."
He said, "I'll destroy you," and he's like, "I don't know about that." And he locked the door.
Yeah,
Good.
assassin
Property.
going up in Zankiri's room tends to work bad for the assassins.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh,
Yeah,
you wanted to encounter me on my home terrain? That was certainly a
That's
choice."
The danger of an entire wizard tower inside of a single room.
My God, I could.
So
I'll get Carrot Thor.
you toss the warden in. Did I give you loot off his body? I mean,
No. Maybe.
I
I don't
don't
think so.
think so.
he doesn't have very much in the way of like that's the wrong sheet. But like, I believe he's wearing plate. Yeah, so he's wearing plate mail and he has a +1 shield.
Okay. Well, I'll take that shield, and then you can get the infusion off of my shield, so you can use it for something else.
Has any of us even used plate?
Nope.
Nope.
You would also probably have to
Hang on.
scrub this plate because it is very
Very gooey.
Put it on a zombie.
well, that too, and it's branded.
We could put it on zombie.
If they're strong enough to hold it, yeah.
Pretty sure he's given them plate so far.
Clerics are medium unless specified, right? Yeah.
Zomb-
No.
No. No, the zombies have chainmail. They're not strong enough to wield.
Then
Plague
build a better bitch.
Working
Build
on
Oh,
a better
Speaking
bitch.
of which, you have some retainers.
Oh,
We
wait,
have
wait, what?
Your the slaves you freed. The frog that went back to his Underdark town. You
Oh,
also
no,
have
oh, right.
you also
Minotaur.
have a noble and a minotaur. The noble
Oh,
who has, as soon as you got topside, decided he was just going to go chill in Moonwatch, and following you back to the fort is a minotaur who swore, quote, his undying loyalty to Zonkiri.
Jeez, I can't.
Oh, what?
Specifically
I
to
forgot
Zonkiri.
about that.
Hold on, hold
forgot
on.
about-
Now, Carrie can
Really?
basically be like, well, your dying loyalty will work too. Make a Minotaur skeleton.
No, there's no way that just worked.
Oh my god.
Oh, please.
For the love of God, which one is that?
Fiend.
Oh my god.
my God.
What the hell? My roll 20 just crashed.
Oh my god, Dom,
Yeah,
please!
Why?
Dom's fault.
I blame
I'm
Dom.
sorry. I'm done.
Yo.
I'm done.
Fix it, you monkey.
Feel
you
bad.
You killed Fergus.
That's
You
an achievement of
can't
itself.
hold it.
Feel bad.
Yo, for real though,
I
this
didn't think
dude
that would
still has
work.
shown up
What?
with my fucking money, bro. What the fuck? What the shit
Bro,
did you
There's
post?
some weird lyrics.
It's
Good
fucking
grief.
something.
Is
Wh-
that Old
why?
Town Road?
No,
What?
In the middle it
What,
says
now
Old
I'm
Town
gonna
Road.
take my horse to the Old Town Road. I'm gonna ride till I can no more. Old Town Road.
When I come up, head honcho, don't want to feature Lone Ranger like Tonto. Bam, Old Town Road. We can jump some rope, and I hope that. No, please, please.
We're
I
gonna
only
get
know the
copyright
part.
stricken if that's an actual song.
I don't
Oh,
even give a
no.
shit. Anyway, the Minotaur is there,
Our
and is
non-existent
and he's
motherfuckers.
eyeing up the plate mail. If you're or the plate armor, if you're looking to give it to somebody.
Is it magic?
No, the plate is not. The
Then it
shield
won't fit
is.
him.
I
Oh,
took
the
the shield so that
Oh,
this man could have another one of his infusions back.
Katira is startled by the presence of people.
Did you just suddenly remember? Ah, fuck, you're here.
She never met them before. She was crying in the empty cell.
You're right.
She never fucking met them. She has no clue who they are.
You're kind of just coming out of it, and you're like, "Oh my god, he's been here the whole time." No, Dom, please.
What? It's not a long one.
3-word maximum for your
It
memes.
is 3 words.
Good. So, what would you all like to do?
Hmm.
I would
Yeah.
like to wait outside the gate.
You do so. Is there? Let me know if
What
there's
I'm
something you
waiting for.
specifically want to do.
Katira is just
I know what I'm waiting for.
staring. And she looks so fucking panicked.
You having another one of your episodes?
I think you.
Who are these
been having
people?
There's only one. It's only the Minotaur.
The
The
noble
noble's in
fucked off.
Moonwatch.
Only the Minotaur? I thought the other people were here.
Now, the noble just stayed with y'all till you got to Moonwatch, then he left, and the frog was from the Underdark, so he just hopped back to his grove.
So we just have a Minotaur.
Yeah.
Just have a Minotaur.
Yep.
But the noble is there too.
No,
No.
No?
the
he went
noble's
into the
in Moonwatch.
city.
As soon as we got to Moonwatch. Now I understand. Katira is
Yes,
coming out of it, and so is Liv, apparently. Jesus Christ. She's looking at the Minotaur.
No,
Who is that?
This is hey, what's your name?
As Connor goes to look it up again.
Naturally.
I think it was something like Tiberius or some vaguely noble-ish adjacent name. I don't know. Oh wait, I didn't. I think I wrote these down somewhere. Oh yeah, because the frog's name was Toby. God, did I write it down on the map that I archived? Fuck it, I don't care that much. I'm giving him a new name instead of looking it up. Let's see.
His name better be Ferdinand.
Only if he likes to smell flowers.
I
love that.
Man, I really. Okay, random fantasy name generators gave me the first name, Gith Stone Swarm. Let's try that one again.
Gith Stone Swarm.
Hmm.
Sure.
Sus.
Fuck it. We'll call him
Sus?
Mogus.
typing name. Oh, I can just copy paste this instead of typing. Duh. My name is Yexen Gadri Tovers Albus.
Katira looks fucking terrified.
Yeah, this is Yaxum. Yaxum.
Yexem Longhorn, even.
How long?
I killed her.
I'm gonna kill you. How long has he been in the keep?
About 30 seconds at this point.
Now she looks very confused.
You do realize he's been traveling with us for the last day and a half or so.
Technically several days. It takes a good bit to get out of the Underdark.
Are you suffering from memory loss?
Should I fetch a pail of water for her?
She just looks so disoriented.
Karen walks up and puts like her, the back of his hand against her forehead. Is there fever?
Roll me a medicine check.
No. I mean, there's probably a little bit of stress fever.
I mean,
but-
could this be a side effect of her being reanimated?
Could this be a work of an enemy stand?
Give me a medicine
I-
check.
Could this be the work? It's definitely the work of an enemy stand. It is absolutely the world, guys.
She is having a mild breakdown. Like,
We recommend
I don't know
getting
if-
red.
Oh,
very
so-
slowly, like a dysthemia, like just very slowly drawn out.
You're gonna
breakdown.
want to lay down for a little bit. You seem to be strung out.
And Dariel's gonna walk up to her, grab her by her arm, and let's go get you a nap.
Stay hydrated.
So many things are happening right now.
You say stay hydrated, and Yexem goes, "I'll go get the water."
So she has no clue what's going on.
Zenkiri, your
So
new assistant
lost.
is very helpful. And
Yes.
exuberant.
Where is he getting the water? Do we actually
Good
have
question.
a well?
Do you watch where he's going?
I assume he's running
Please
towards the
don't.
river.
Watch him go into the river.
I assume he's bum rushing the river.
I'm
I
rushing
suppose
the
he-
river.
It's a moderately fast moving river. It should be fine.
You watch him run out to the courtyard and start looking around for a well, and eventually starts running towards the docks.
Yeah.
Where's the well? That's
It's-
seawater.
Does he have a bucket?
Technically, this water is fresh water.
I
It
hope
is
he has a
fresh
bucket.
water.
Let's go get a bucket.
He gets there.
Normally, the rivers don't come out of the ocean.
Yeah, you watch. He gets to the water and looks at his hands and realizes he doesn't have a bucket, and is looking
Just
around the
covered
loading
in
area
water.
for a bucket.
Oh no!
What's
Oh
his
Jesus!
intelligence modifier?
What is
Well,
this
then
man
it's just
doing?
staring.
I'm gonna generate his intelligence right now. Actually, I'm just gonna roll a whole
Oh my
stat block.
god!
Morgana's just watching with her zoom in, just to like keep looking at his facial expressions every time he realizes something.
Amazing. So I'm just going top to bottom for strength. It has generated a great stat block. He's got an intelligence of 9.
What? 9?
I think I can copy paste that. Yeah, top to bottom, starting strength
9.
and whatnot. It fits fairly well for.
Dexcon.
Intelligence of 9. Oh
He
baby!
gets a plus from the Minotaur. I think he's got max strength. That's a fucking unit right there.
He's a big guy.
Not the brightest.
Absolute fucking
You
unit.
do see he picks up a whole, like one of the dilapidated barrels you all just hadn't bothered cleaning up yet, and goes walking into the river.
We do have a shed. Pretty
I mean,
sure.
he's slightly below average, not super
Nice.
dumb.
He now is carrying a leaky barrel as fast as he can back to the.
Morgana's just gonna sit on this ridge.
Yeah,
and
I'm assuming
just
that's where
sit
you're
down
looking.
and just watch. Just
No
watch.
mushroom is
Katira lets Andariel lead her to her room and just what did I miss?
I brought water, and he looks in, and it is empty by the time he gets there, and there's a stream of water around the fort that it just leaked out of this barrel.
Karen just walks in with a bucket of water, or just matter of fact, he doesn't even go to the river. He just has his alchemy jug, just water. Here you go. Refreshing, alkaline,
You do that. and
Fiji water. Fiji
I-
water out of the alchemy jug.
Fucking G water.
He drops to
Instead
a
of-
knee.
Instead of a trail of water, we should just have, as he's walking, Verde's just right behind him mopping the shit.
I was thinking that.
She's got a bucket behind. She's got the actual bucket and is catching it.
The bucket.
But he drops to a knee with like some force and speed. Just boom. I apologize for the inconvenience, madam. I will do better in the future.
Don't you work for Zekiri?
Who's he talking to?
You, I think?
Ah!
You said no retainer on Monday.
No retainer Monday. Don't you work for
Kira
Zekiri?
is
What the
like
hell is happening here?
absolutely so overwhelmed. She just doesn't know how to respond.
I'm imagining in canon she just screams as a response.
No,
Morgana's
she
gonna
just
make a
goes
wisdom
like
check.
full
No,
stock
no.
still.
Okay. Morgana's going to step in front of the Minotaur and just kind of like push him out of the room. Let us do something
She
else.
just like so still,
Just
so
pushes him out.
stiff.
You push him while kneeling, and he goes, "Am I relieved?" And,
Yes, go.
he stands up. So he's like poking his two index fingers together or pointer fingers together. Just so what do I do when I'm
Go as Zekiri.
okay? And just trundles next door, which is Zonkiri's room.
I am so very confused by everything that is going on.
It's been a very stressful last few days for you. That's understandable. Oh, hell.
Morgana's also going
God
to carry
dang!
something. Ask about what we're gonna do with El Prisoner.
What you can do with all the fucking money.
Well,
I know exactly what I'm doing with all the money.
well, for starters, I think it's best if I take Daxum here and show him where we're going to be keeping charge for the moment. Give him his guard duties.
Sounds like a plan.
Shall we await you here to deal with the prisoner?
A name for the Minotaur.
No, you misunderstand me. I'm showing Daxum where we're going to be keeping the prisoner as we throw him into the cell.
Yeah. And?
We understand.
Yeah.
All right.
I conjure Crooked.
Wait.
Where are we gonna keep him?
I think in that little cell where he keeps his undead.
Oh, don't worry. I built a prisoner cell in my room. By the way, we should probably invest in an actual, like, holding facility of some sort.
Yo, that guy's a Chad.
When he eventually gets his plate armor back.
He looked like
We'll
he's an
give him the plate armor. None of us can use it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, someone should go tell the governess what we find out. So let's get that on the road.
I'll go if I can get an escort.
All right.
Kind of looks at Morgana.
Morgana, why don't you be on Dariel's escort?
I just look
Hasty nods.
Oh, what an idea!
I just stare at Zankir and it says that right then. And then I walk back to my room.
Just completely straight faced. He knows what he said.
Yeah.
Date night.
Morgana will, instead of standing next to Zonkiri waiting for the prisoner, she has a new directive. And she will immediately walk next to Andariel and just standing there waiting.
I think she should treat her like she's her mistress.
I'm so proud of you.
Shut up.
No.
I meant like. Let's go, Morgana.
I saw the leather, Andariel. Don't backtalk me.
The leather. What? Oh, I wrap my arm in that so I don't scratch myself while I sleep. Metal arm?
Karen's head turns into the Amoga symbol.
So as they leave,
They leave. Be gone.
they head into town. You all pass Dat sitting out there, and about 15 minutes later, Dat, you start to see signs of it, but we're not quite there yet. It's just me letting you know it's coming. Interesting. What are you all doing to... You've thrown the warden in, stripped him of all his shit. What are you all doing in the meantime?
Uh,
Oh, right. I actually wanted to head in town and... Or, who should I talk about this? Who's the, I'll ask the, lady, the tiefling lady out in the slums, see if she knows any, private
Wonder?
investigators. Or, damn it, no. Connor gave me an idea. Either him or first gave me, and I needed to hire a private investigator to deal with backstory shit.
Ah.
Yeah, I want to go see if I can deal with that.
Moment of
Watch the-
silence
Who's
for...
hit dice?
Moment of silence for Yexum's hit dice.
Oh!
Level 3.
Rest in fucking peace.
Reroll that one, my brother.
Reroll that one! Reroll that one, you...
Oh!
Ah!
Oof.
Keep re-rolling until you get
Wait,
a
he's
not
level-
one. There you
He's
go.
level 4, right?
I'm giving him the
He's
equivalent of like
rolling.
a third. I'm giving him like 3 hit die, and then he'll get another as you all level up.
First 3 levels are always max.
And that's not all. That is not at all true. That is just a home rule that people use. That does not happen here.
The first one is always max.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that
he's
is
level
that is
4,
beautiful.
I'm guessing.
yeah, I guess that would track off it. Let's see. So
So that's 13
Champion fighter?
plus 4 of his con plus 10. So 23 plus 4 times his con.
he's +2. So
I'm guessing his con is plus 2 because he's a Minotaur. He gets a plus 1, so he'd be at 15.
Where's this man's ASI is at?
If he's a fighter, he got like one of them by now, right?
Does he have a starter feat?
listen, it's not that deep, y'all. I
Yeah.
just threw
It is
D10s out there because I was like, yeah, he'd be like a meaty equivalent with D10s.
No, he's actually a paladin of Zenkiri. That we're all fucked.
Oh Jesus!
We don't need him to have an Oathbreaker in the front line with his fucking zombies.
I mean,
No.
yes.
Weren't you the one who said, I would trust Sankiri if he inhabited the body of a serial killer?
No, that wasn't me.
I was a different person then.
Okay.
I would
Every
trust
game
on
from a
I wouldn't trust this fucking I don't trust this fucking Minotaur. I don't know this Minotaur. He's just
the
there.
Minotaur
I remember
swears
this
his
guy.
undying and dying loyalty to Zenkiri, so...
So
Yeah,
here's the sheet.
for
Everybody
him.
has access to it. His undying loyalty may be specifically to Zankiri, but he'll
But
also
we
just
all
listen.
get to tell him who he is
Yeah,
as
he's
a
The
person.
character mancer for him.
I'm not doing that. He's not a fighter. He never
We'll
claimed to be a
do it.
fighter. No.
Connor,
Yes,
why not just make him a Minotaur?
because this was funnier originally, but now it's turning into work. We're just
I'll
rolling.
do it.
We'll
for
do
him.
it.
You want to,
I have
I'll do it.
No, leave it be.
Like he hasn't played
No!
with us before.
This is as deep as it needs to be.
Why are you pretending
No.
like this is new to you, Connor? This is box standard what we do to you.
Okay,
You know exactly what I do with characters, so...
Deep.
literally, I was just
So,
like,
Andariel
it's-
and
this.
Morgana
All
are
I
having
was
this-
trying to do, I was like, it'd be funny if I just like rolled stats to see how good he is at stuff, and then it became like, is he a fighter? Is he a champion fighter? Battle master? No, he's classless. He's just that's it. What you see there is all
The
he
man
has.
has no class. That's a fucking insult.
The observer waves down to you all because I'm breaking up
Alright.
this moment.
But
What was the name that Braun gave the guy that we
Chansey.
adopted? Chansey. There we go.
Oh no.
Why do I know that
No.
off the top of my head?
As you all are unwinding and taking a moment to recover from your trip, you see something flashing in the distance.
Ah, there it is.
A Giselle. You're dead now.
Eventually, you see a translucent jelly-like creature with another being wrapped in its
Oh, it's
tentacles.
the guy.
Bamf
Oh,
in front of you.
I
will
forgot.
Do
present
you
the-
know how long I've been looking for you?
About a day. Here's the paper.
No, you know how fucking long. He lets go of her and she just throws up from constant dimension doors for the past day.
What's happening?
What's happening?
Toughen up, girly. Sign the paper.
The jellyfish.
She has to sign it. But hang on. He immediately drops the anger for a second and goes and scribes his addendum on it. All right, now we're good. But I remain angry.
Remain angry all you want. You're still getting something out of this.
You look over at the drow
If you
priestess.
didn't happen to notice, the place fucking blew up. We didn't have the option.
You see the drow priestess is just violently retching. You may want to get her some water. It's a lot to dimension door constantly for a day.
She'll get over it. I need her to sign the paper.
You give. You know what? I'm just gonna stick by because if she dies on your hands, I'm just gonna possess her. And he just kind of sits on his tentacles, and he just almost looks like a mushroom sitting on the floor waiting.
Karen! What? Get out of here.
I'm like 80 feet away. Fine. And I use aggressive to run over because he pissed me off.
The gates open up, and you see a drow priestess vomiting violently, a book just sitting patiently, and Dat with a contract in hand with a quill.
She's probably also being. She's
I need
also
you to-
violently blind right now.
Hey, I need you to heal her.
All right then.
She looks up.
You can ask questions later.
First, what I do is I take the the hat of disguise or something. No, actually, I just get like some fucking a 1 foot by 1 foot piece of fabric, and I put it over her. Like, cover your eyes with this while you adjust.
You
this is gonna
end
hurt.
up tying it for her. She looks severely dehydrated and emaciated.
Yeah, hang on, I got some crackers here. All right, here's some of this, and I still have the alchemy
Dry
jug. So
crackers for the dehydrated woman.
I'm holding this
Shake
because
my
she's being violently ill, and she's gonna try and chug this water and throw up again. I guarantee it.
You would be right.
Yeah.
So
So, here's some proper water.
You give it to her in
Slap a
portions.
spell on her.
Yeah.
She chugs a good portion of it. Thank you.
And as I'm doing this, I'm just using which spell is it? I imagine we've had enough time to reach it. So lesser restoration, and I'm phrasing it as to pretty much help her cycle any toxins or anything.
Yeah, good enough.
Or sickness out of her blood.
You hit her with a lesser restoration just to give her a bit of energy and strength to
There we go.
move about. Yeah. Thank you. The book settles up. All right, so we ready to sign? And he like wraps his tentacle like under her armpit and around her shoulder.
Going on here?
Business.
You can ask questions later. We're done for now. Go back in, Karen.
I feel I'm involved now.
He lifts her blindfold. Cover your eyes. All right, so just sign. He's also like grabbed the contract out of Dat's hands and the quill because jellyfish
He
arms.
has to sign it.
Yeah, he's handing it to her, like just he's holding it and just trying to put it in her hands as fast as possible. So sign here, initial here. Read this section. But is this the yep right here? It's sign, and you see she's starting to reach out. Signs 1, 2, 3. Initial.
It's the green. It's the green.
That's
it's
the last
green
one.
you need.
And you see the entire purple or the entire paper. All the ink starts to shine a bright purple, except for the book's addendum, which shines red. Her name then lights up to match the ink, and the contract burns into just cinders and spores. And you see there's a small brand on her wrist now that appears in the same purple and red color. Well, and he lets go of her immediately. That's our business. And dimension doors away.
That what just happened?
Business.
I assume this has something to do with your bit for Crowbeak.
So
Something
what?
along those
And you see
lines.
she turns into dust.
Oh!
And in her place, you just see a small mushroom circle.
Oh.
I pick Dad up like this, like you hold the rat. What just happened?
Business, as usual.
I'm holding the fat rat by its neck. What's up happening?
2 minutes
I
later,
would like to escape.
2 minutes later, you get a message.
I'm not
from Kobe.
grappling you. I'm just holding you. I'm like, what
Okay.
the fuck?
You
I
skip
drop
that.
you.
2 minutes
Yeah.
later, you get a message from Krobeak. Thank you very much. This will be a great addition to the party.
Yes.
One more to go.
Yes, exactly that.
You don't hear that.
Also,
No, the fucking chat fucker.
Also, do you have any of your money to pay back to the Unsiri?
I'm working on it.
And that ends the sending. So you see Verde goes out and starts chopping up the mushroom circle.
Oh god.
And on that note, I'm going back in the gate nonchalantly.
Yeah. So
I'm so confused.
Waffling
Business as
aside,
usual.
I think that's everything the DM plot-wise wanted to drop on you all so far. Now
I
party
guess-
direction.
I guess
Verde's an accomplice. He hid the evidence.
How did we split that loot, by the way? The gold.
Oh right. Zankiria, you turn into platinum.
Yeah.
Everyone
I
got
never,
what?
saw, I never saw a number.
1,000 platinum.
Yep, 1,000
Yep,
platinum.
yep. Everyone got 1,000 platinum.
Seriously, we all got 1,000 platinum?
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Yep.
pretty rich. Actually, I'm
So
Dad,
where
what-
are you dumping all the paperwork just to say?
Yep, I remember seeing that now.
Wait,
Dad,
where's our
what-
bag of holding? Where's our bag of holding? I need that.
Silver.
I don't have the bag. It's on Daryl.
Smash cut
Oh,
to
no.
Andy and Morgana in town.
Damn it, I'm going in town then. I need that bag.
I'm going down too, I guess, so I'll follow him.
Shall I
Or
accompany
more-
them to town, Master Zonkiri?
Zankiri will step out and he'll look up to the Ouger. Hey, how close are you to being done?
She looks down, pulls up her goggles. Give me a couple more hours. And then we're ready to start test runs and problem solving any kinks that come out.
All right, we'll be back sometime around nightfall, probably.
Yeah, it should
He
be done by
over
then.
at- Looks over at Yaxon.
Wait, what is happening?
Keep an eye on the prisoner. He's bound and gagged. If he tries anything, knock him out.
Do I have any weapon to do this with?
What kind of weapon you used to?
The heavy kind that breaks bones.
Gotta have a ball. I can use.
Zankiri
Considering-
is going to look around. He's going to look over where he's just got, piles of iron and shit stored. And he's just going to point his finger at it. And as he's walking out, just piece by piece, this giant maul is just going to start shaping in front of the guy. And beautifully crafted, very heavy weapon.
Shows his
Such
master
a
well.
great spell.
Does it have full on filigree of skulls, gaping open, forming the head of it and whatnot? Or just a stock standard big maul.
Actually, no. You know what? It's a maul with the head of a bull, so that the bull's head is on its side, so that the jaw and teeth of it are the hammer part, and the horns on the other side are two spikes coming out the back of it.
Amazing. I'm adding a maul to his inventory.
Mess with the bull, get the
Using-
horns.
Piercing or bludgeoning. Yeah.
I'll allow it. Oh, all right. Thank you, Lord. You gave him your name, right?
Yes.
I realized he called you by it, and I was like, hang on, I don't know if y'all actually... Yeah. Thank you, Lord Zonkiri. I shall stand guard. And he goes into your room, closes the door, and you hear him, sit a chair against it and just wait, maul in hand.
Yeah. Zankiri will rush off to join the party.
You all head into town, catching up with the people who are already in town. Andy and Morgana, you will get into the line to enter into town. And there's probably like 20 people here. And you're just kind of taken aback at the line size. People are getting a bit irate in the front, as the line doesn't seem to be moving for a bit. If you'd like to give me a perception check, you might be able to make out what they're saying.
Okay.
Oh, you can say what you want to do, too.
And Daryl is just gonna sidestep the line in here and say, "I'm here on the governess's business. I need to speak with her."
Okay. We'll do it this way. Give me the perception check to see if you catch anything as you're coming up. Alright. Shane, did you want to roll one too?
Okay.
Here we go. As you're coming up, you hear somebody, looks to be like a group of 3. This is ridiculous. I told you, I just have a skin condition. I'm not a lichen. Just, ma'am, I understand this might be frustrating, but after a recent attack, we require that all individuals submit themselves to a simple lichen testing protocol.
Damn.
And you see he has there just like what looks like a paddle of silver. It doesn't look like he's meant to like beat somebody, but more just to like wide surface area to press to somebody. And
then Daryl won't say anything. She'll just stand to the side and watch for a few seconds.
you watch as she gets irate, and the guard stands his ground, and eventually she's fine. Whatever. And she picks up her bags and starts storming off.
Hello, good sir.
The line continues down that way.
We're here on the business with the governess.
Do you?
And she'll produce the letter.
You do have that. He looks over it.
She'll hold out her flesh arm for the paddle.
All right, and he does they really do just gently sit it down there for like 5 seconds, take it off, and look to see if there was any sort of reaction to silver. All right, you're clear. He leans over to his other guard. Can machines be lichens? I don't know.
No, they cannot.
Shh. Right on through.
Okay. And in we go. How many days has it been since the fight?
Since the fight in the...
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's been a little over a day.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how many charges I get back every day on that thing, on my staff.
Staff of power? I think it's a D4.
Yeah, so we're heading directly for the governess's
There is a crowd gathered.
Outside the governess's?
You see somebody is up on a like full on like a medieval equivalent of like poster boards and like an angry mob.
Oh, 2d8 plus 4 charges at dawn.
You're able to sidestep. There's an area that the guards keep clean, but you are very immediately aware that there's some protest to the increased security measures they're taking. Some of the big objections, I won't even have you roll for it.
Oh, I closed it. Oopsies.
That people are asking, why don't they just go ahead and offer, remove curse to anybody who needs it? Why do we have to go through all this? Why couldn't we just solve the problem and move on? And it's just altogether seems very on the edge of violent outside of her. You notice the guards are like at least triple their normal presence, the ones you can see. And you're escorted in after producing the note.
Just pretty much as they say, why don't they produce cure curse? And it's like, because that's expensive.
Yeah. A 3rd level spell for every citizen in the city is a lot.
Yeah.
So, you're brought up to her office where she is... You've seen her before in more casual gear. She full on is in work mode here. Reading glasses, candlelight, and you see stacks of papers. And just... Andario, come in. And yes. Morgana.
Actually, do you have a clear room that can hold a decent amount of paperwork?
Yes.
We should meet there. I have a lot of paperwork I need to give you.
All right, I'm curious. Come on. I think I've got an extra guest bedroom somewhere. And she goes up in our very wizard tower-esque building. I think this room. Here we go. She opens it, and you see what looks to be like a just kind of like an alchemy lab that has like nothing stored in. I've given up pretty much on maintaining my alchemy lab at this point. And just kind of flicks her hands, and they.
Does
part
this
to the
room
sides.
seem big enough?
Yeah, I mean it's a fairly. It's about as big as your ring, so it'll be kind of full when you drop it off, but it'll fit them all.
Okay. Might want to wait outside real quick.
The issue does come in how you're going to get all these out.
Okay.
Because before you had party members who were strong help stack it in a weird.
Yeah,
Jenga style.
she's gonna ask a certain genie for help.
So you bamf
Okay.
into your arm.
Yep. Jassa?
Hey, you look over at the
Remember I said
partition.
I promised to get all of this out as quick as possible.
Yeah, I do.
Kick me out with all of it.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right. We shall see. Give me a moment. You see she kind of steps away from the like partition screen. It almost looks like it's like a digital screen, this partition, and because it's kind of just
This is the first
standing.
time I'm gonna get kicked out of here.
All right, you see she's put on a glove and some goggles. Now stand still, and you see some like clouds and lightning begin to arc around her fingers. Ready?
Yep. This is gonna hurt.
And you just feel a torrent of wind blast you and everything in the ring out. And you, Morgana, actually, Norvin, roll me just a straight d20 to see how well this exit works. Pretty good. So rolling low would have been like things get scattered everywhere. This one, it actually just kind of bamfs out in the same formation it was in the ring. Or the
Okay,
arm.
I want to make a dex check to see how I land.
Absolutely valid. Go for it.
Check or save?
And probably a check, like acrobatics or whatnot.
For the help, even though I decide.
You go ass over tea kettle.
Don't worry, Morgana will catch you.
Athletics or acrobatics to grapple her and catch her? Or
Oh, shit.
athletics, just because you would be trying to grab her.
Watch it be a crit fail.
No, please don't say that.
Yeah, last time they did that, they.
Oh. Hey, I jinxed it.
You see her tumbling towards a table, and you just snatch her out of the air and spin.
Oh, thank you. Kiss on cheek.
Oh god, that's a lot of papers.
Ow.
Yes, we took down a slave ring while we were down below.
In 2 days.
We're efficient.
You just hear silent. Damn.
Hey.
Plus, Zancuria apparently truly hates slavers.
Hmm.
So he was highly motivated.
Duly noted. What did you want me to do with these?
Find the people that were sold, perhaps try and get them back.
Oh god. So at the moment we're currently handling. I mean, I won't deny
Yes,
that it'd
I
be
mean-
good for PR, but we've got a bit of a resources issue at the moment. It'll have to go on the back burner.
Yeah, I noticed that. By the way, there was a woman that had evidence of it who was trying to get into town, but the guards turned her away.
That's what they're supposed to do.
Shouldn't they force the test on them instead?
Technically, if they're not entering the town, they don't have to. It was a concession.
There's no good place for me to
That-
put.
It's an easier
Oh,
pitch to
and-
say if you want to enter, you have to test, than saying if you come near us, you're going to be tested. It's a very slight difference, but again, it's politics.
Okie dokie.
But
Well, we also captured the warden.
I'm gonna roll a history check on her behalf to see if she recognizes who that is. Nobility Moonwatch, Governor Eloise Cromwell.
Yes, the warden of what exactly?
So you mentioned slave ring, you were in the Underdark and Warden, and she pieces together the nearest town that she interacts with. She's like, oh, what color was his armor?
Red, correct?
Yep, he was the Red Warden.
Red.
Did anyone live and see your face?
Hate her so much.
The warden.
Yeah, I suppose you
Plus
have
a
that
couple people. There was a Minotaur that's, for some unknown reason, sworn fealty to Zankiri.
That seems unfortunate for him. The Minotaur,
A-
that is.
Some type of noble woman. She's here in town somewhere. We lost track of her as we came out.
Guy, I think.
Yeah.
No, noble guy. And a frog person. Oh, and a goblin that Karn let get away for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Interesting.
No one knows that.
I'm not
Karen is
terribly
African, right?
worried about that one, though.
Zankiri does.
And she'll lore dump on her about everything that happened down there. I just thought it was important to get the records out so you can give closure to certain family members and whatnot who have lost people.
Was there anything in particular you're wanting to look in these as well? I mean, you're obviously welcome to have access to them, but...
No, it would just give me a long list of people I wanted to kill.
Did you not have any ulterior information you wanted to gather from it, then?
For me? No.
All right.
I just thought it was important that family members who are missing people could perhaps find out where they are, can retrieve them, or know that they're actually dead.
I will start allocating resources as soon as I'm able.
Yes. Was there anything else you needed from us?
Nope, I think that pretty much sums up. You did. Do I have any reason, based on the information you all saw while down there, if there were any more were rat or lichen attacks coming our way? She kind of gives you this. She gives you this look that says like. She remembers authorizing you all to kind of go kill squad unofficially, and she's looking for a status update on that. If that's what you handled.
Okay, please remind the player.
She gave you an extension to go to the Underdark.
Yeah, I know that part, but did we get done that?
No.
We haven't talked to the warden to get the info.
Okay. All right.
We're still in interrogations.
The warden is the one that has the information for that, and I'm doing my best to stay out of the fort while Zankiri procures that information.
I believe that Drac was the one who is basically in charge of all the were-rats that were used, and then the warden is the one who basically commissioned them to go do nonsense.
Yes,
and
the
then
warden was paid.
The warden, she'll tell the governor's
As a reminder, Connor to players, a figure known as Daxum Bolten paid the warden to go and orchestrate an attack on Moonwatch using one of his third-party contractors. He did so to try and bury the lead back to him. You will have thoroughly blown up the Shade Runers and such, and so you have a lead back to him, and you all were going to interrogate the warden to find out who this guy was, where he came from, how they got their drop-offs, etc. And you all had, along the way, gathered like every file that you have made in the last 12 years or so.
Which also means the record of him or Daxum hiring the warden to do all this stuff is probably in that stack somewhere.
She will give that information.
You also
remember, and Dariel's a hell of a lot smarter than I am.
You also know that the files are very oddly organized and they're not chronologically ordered.
I will assist you in organizing these into a better organization system that they currently use. As I said, I don't want to go back to the fort until Zankiri is done with what he is doing. So you have me at your disposal for the time being.
And that bursts into the room.
We are also available for whatever you need to do.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to exclude you.
Morgana's pouting again.
So, the rest of the party, you walk them across the line now. Similarly, well, do you try and cut the line or do you wait? Party.
I'm not there,
I'm
so
willing to move on.
Everybody who went
Where are
into
we
town. Everybody who was going to town after Andariel and Norvin, or in Morgana.
I think
I
it's
was
only
going-
me and Katira that's still in the fort.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Carrie's
everybody who
there.
left. It sounded
That
like the
was
whole
going
party went.
after. That was going after Katira.
Katira's in her
Not
room.
Katira, not Katira. And Dario. Get something out of the bag, because need that.
Yeah, this second wave of people, which is Dat and the rest of the party, all departed around the same time. Those who went, which was like Zonkiri, Dat, Karen, Silver, did you go or stay?
I don't think I was invited, so I wasn't around when they all left, so
So you stayed?
guess I stayed. Like,
You didn't.
where
you
did
couldn't-
everybody
You
go?
didn't have to stay.
I'm sure someone would have went to get you if you.
Going in to look for a private investigator, but I haven't said anything yet because I still got to go through customs counter. Given you know.
Really, it was all that debacle stuff, and everyone left.
So, the party that I just described, Zonkiri, Dat, and Karen,
Mm-hmm.
do you all try and cut the line or do you wait it out?
Karen will wait in line, given he is in fact a lycanthrope.
As you get up there, especially given your
As
passives,
is on Gary.
you will figure out, they're testing for lichens.
Yeah,
You have-
I'll inform them I am a registered lycan.
Yeah, you have like 4 or 5 people in front of you, and it takes some time to get everybody's papers checked, have them go through their silver test for every person. So you've got some times to come up with solutions.
Solutions.
He's gonna get decked and tell him he's a werebear, I guess.
I'm legal.
Do you have any paperwork to say that?
I can call the Baroness.
You can.
Yeah, so I guess I'll
Just
use
as a reminder, he's already informed the Baroness about
Yeah,
this.
He
and
has.
was setting
Yeah,
up the
Yeah.
things. She said that she was going to make sure that he could get through. So
Oh, yeah. So I'll quick send her a message. Is there like a card I need, or can I just tell him that you said I'm good, or?
You send her the message, and by the time it comes up to you, you see a courier's coming down with a letter to hand to the guards.
Yep. Yeah, if he touches me with that paddle, I'm slapping him in the tit. So, with an inflict wounds. That'll sting like a bitch.
It will.
Right in the.
You get up there, and the courier hands off the note, comedically, perfectly timed. He reads over it, sees the descriptions of the lichens. Zonkiri, did you ever tell the governess that you needed this?
No, he did not.
no,
Okay.
He's technically in.
So,
You're typing.
Eternal
you're
werebore.
typing Dear God, you're working on fucking Pokemon type advantages bullshit right now, and I'm jealous.
no. Zonkiri's just going to dimension door in.
do you wait in line at Dimension Door, or did you just do it while you all were in line?
No, he's not even going toward the line. Just as soon as he gets within range of like the wall.
And you do so. There is no disjuncting of teleporting across. This is the feet are wrong, but you would have come, from way off. You would have been able to get here because this is a smaller city than Galazorn.
So I guess I have an official fucking werebear card.
You do
It's
now
just
have
Smokey
one.
the Bear, a laminated Smokey the Bear GB on.
You open the note and it just says, "He good, governess."
He's chill.
He good.
He ain't gonna bite no one. Well, he ain't gonna bite nobody.
Well,
I
I
don't
mean,
know. We
you
got
did.
teeth, don't we?
Well, just like a certain other orc, maybe I don't consider goblins people.
Yeah,
So-
they.
I'm kidding. Maybe.
so you all regroup. Zonkiri, it takes them about 15 minutes to get through the line, just enough for it to be annoying as you're waiting up there for them.
I'd imagine they're getting through about the same time he teleports through because he had to deal with the Minotaur and check with.
He had to
yeah,
catch
sure.
to us
We'll,
in the first
we'll
place.
say
so.
thematically you left a little bit after them,
Yeah.
and you all arrive about the same time.
All right then. I believe you two are doing something separate. I've got to go look for a private investigator. Now, how the fuck do I? I'm just rubbing my chin. Now, how do I do that? As I
What do you
walk
need?
off in a random direction.
What do you need a private investigator for?
There's some nonsense going down back on my home, and I'm hoping to see if I can get in contact with someone to do that, or get someone else to do that. I've got a bit of spending money now. I might want to try that.
All right. Good luck with that.
Karen, roll me
Try
a
not to
d4.
die.
4. Damn it, Shane! I was about to.
So let's see what we have here.
So you start at the brewery, like, bar's a good place to meet people.
On.
That was northeast
I
southwest.
really want to check out
on
that
a
bartender.
You know what? I actually know where I'm going.
Oh, okay. Never mind the roll then.
I'm gonna go to Krobik.
Good option.
Yeah.
Where's everybody
If we
else
need
goes?
some very unorthodox, it's gonna be Krobik.
Yeah.
I'm just skipping the minutia.
Is anybody else headed to Crowbeaks before I start the scene?
Yeah, Sunkari will head to Crowbeaks. He got some money he's gonna spend.
All right. You all saddle up there. Dat, I'm assuming you go and try and explain to the guards that, yes, she's expecting me. My people are there. Right?
Yes.
This is profiling.
Eventually, a guard comes up, Morgana, and you hear, ma'am, there seems to be a rat outside who claims you know him and he has an audience with you. Huh? We have no idea. He has no papers. There's no one with him, but he's very vehement that he will not leave until we get to see you. How should we respond? What?
Does Andariel hear this?
Yes.
Andariel kind of leans back, describes Dat. Is that
Yeah.
him?
Yeah. Twitchy.
Yeah, let him
leaking from
in.
the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His name is Dat Rat. Just let him in.
That's his real name? Dat Rat?
No, it can't possibly be his real name, but that's what he tells us to call him. So, kind of shrugs.
Okay. He looks to the governess. She goes, yes, just keep an eye on him. I don't want him to break anything. And the guard goes, go let Dad in.
Mumbles to herself. I'd be more worried about him stealing something.
Most of my stuff's nailed down, luckily. At least the good stuff. So,
Would you like? Andariel will actually just get up and walk with the guard. You know what? It's better if I just go out and meet him.
So, gotta go over to Crowbeaks, Cairn, and Zonkiri. You roll up and you see that the sign it says temporarily closed. See us again tomorrow. Cairn, you're insightful enough to know this might have something to do with what happened earlier.
Probably
Not.
never mentioned earlier.
No, they were.
You mentioned Krobik.
No, you got a little message in your head about it.
Correct.
Yeah. Never mind.
You get the
Yeah,
feeling there may be some onboarding
actually-
training doing.
I didn't hear the thing in head. I know that he owes a debt to her, and I know something for dumb happened. It's a bit of a stretch, but whatever.
Yeah. Did you want to knock or leave? Is my question.
I look at Sankiri and I shrug. I'll go up and I'll knock.
You see a little hand mirror swings down like a pendulum blade in front of the door.
I hold up a bag of coin.
Ting! The door's open.
A very hefty looking bag of coin.
You knew the password. Door closes and you see the hand mirror gets pulled back up.
Right then. I hold the door open for Zenkiri. I'm a gentleman.
You do see there's a light like in the back room, as if somebody's sat back there.
I also prefer Zenkiri in front of me.
Forgive the forgive the sudden closure. It was urgent business. But you know, I always make exceptions for my favorite customers. Smile.
Yep.
Looking to offload some coin?
Yes.
What you looking for?
Was Zenkiri here?
Zenkiri's here. Yeah,
I'm here.
I'm holding the door open for him first. I don't.
I assumed you all walked in.
He's a nice gentleman and all, but I'm holding the door open so he stands in front of me.
The wizard will place himself between the scary thing and the orc.
Yeah, I'm a very scared orc. I'm a scared of everything. Anyway,
shut up.
Shoot.
So she's asking you what you want. She's asking what you want.
Yours might take less time. You go first. Is what I'm getting at.
I need a new spell book.
What happened to your old one?
Sold it.
I mean, okay. You know, there's a general goods shop. You don't have to. You know what? Money's money. 25 gold pieces. Here's a regular old spell book. Hang on. She rips a few pages out. A blank spell book.
I think that's what you want.
I want a better spell book.
Yeah, I think that's making it croaky.
Yeah, Connor knows I'm playing along the character.
Oh. Get in jail.
How better are we talking?
4,000 gold better.
I got something that can work. Give me an hour. And a little creative fiat. And no questions asked.
So Kirio just shrug his shoulders and just sit down on a chair somewhere, cross his legs, and just pull out a little, just pamphlet to read.
Alright.
The hell
You, orc thing, what do you want?
I just blink slowly. Alright then. Start off that way. I would like... You seem to have some contacts or some means.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way to get a private investigator to look into something for me on Kasturg? Or
Probably.
some sort of thing?
Where's Kasturg? Is that a city?
That was a different planet.
Ooh.
Do you know anyone that could help me if you cannot?
Hang on. She pulls a full crystal ball out and puts it on the table. Starts buffing it off.
Ass crystal.
I gotta reach out to a few people. Give me a minute.
Got it. Is there still hair on that spellbook?
It swirls up, and you see she's basically going through her phone book of contacts, going, "You know anybody from Kasturg or anybody? No? Okay, bye. You know anybody from Kasturg? No? Okay, bye. You know, and
going through the Rolodex.
Yeah, she's literally doing that.
I think I might have better luck if I call the fucking cop.
20 minutes later, she goes, "Alright, I think I've gotten in."
Ooh.
Tallying up a price. Let me just. He's a member of a nearby nation. Owes me a little bit.
I narrow my eyes. Which one?
Does it matter?
We're not a very well liked nation. just out of curiosity.
All right, let me. She
Open
takes
the
a sigh. I am opening the Excordia map. All right, let's see. Nearest neighbors. There's the Torel Khan aristocracy near them. She's got an actual map looking and pointing at them. There's the Ashmana Majocracy. There's the Sharis Republic. Sorry, the Shiaris Republic and the Agria Monarchy. I think he was a mage. I think he's probably an Ashmana representative. This is the human nation of mages and scholars, isolationists, except for when it comes to other mages. Yeah, I think that's him. Got a blasted Badlands terrain.
I got nothing against the Schmarns.
All right.
Right, yep.
Let's see. Tell me how deep of a. She's going to put the map out and say, "Can you point where you want this investigator to start?"
If I recall, it was in the extreme northeast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right about here, I specifically need information on individuals or the landmark. Roughly these coordinates here.
You see, she's making notes.
And any rumors among the vampires that can be acquired. I'm not sure how skilled they are, so just mostly the current condition of any buildings or organizations within this area.
All right. I've got a half-drow transmutation specialist willing to do it. For the as she's talking, by the way, she's had her hand on this crystal ball, like communicating the message to the person, and is like middlemaning for you.
Mm-hmm.
For the slipping in past the barrier fee, examining 1 point of interest, and looking up the rumors of the area. Let's go. That seems a bit low, don't you think? Okay, if you're willing to do it for that. Yeah, total is going to be 4.5K in gold.
4,500 equals. All right, done.
Pleasure doing business. You see, she takes 15% off of it, puts it into her bag, and puts the other in a bag. You just saw her take her literal cut.
That's fine. Karen just wants it done.
All right.
Is there a timetable?
Place your hand on the ball.
This? All right, now. Smack.
And you are suddenly in like a Yugi dream state where you're looking at this sort of dark-skinned half drow individual standing there. Just looks at you. So you can, the one looking to get this espionage business done.
Yes.
All right. He snaps, and you see an ethereal contract appears. There's some simple stuff, just signing that this is no official business, breaking in, no international incidents, completely off the books. Don't post about this on whatever boards you keep, etc.
I will read over the contract, looking for any fuckery.
Main hitch: if he thinks he's gonna die, he says he's gonna pull out, no refunds. If he gets put in mortal danger, contract ends.
That is fine.
There's an addendum. He's asking, is there any items or things you want trafficked back to you from while he's going about it?
Any intact belongings that you can carry from the building on this map right here at these coordinates, as well as any documents that you may find.
All right, I can make that work. All right, it's gonna take me a while to get through those mountains. Okay, do I want to head up? Do I want to head up the north wing, or do I want to go through the Total Con assholes? Fuck it. Okay, I'm gonna charter a horse. The things I do to settle a debt. All right. I'll be in touch. I know you well enough now to send you a message. You know me well enough, the same if you have the ability.
Yes.
Cool. If you end up visiting before I report back to you, or if you don't hear from me in the next month, assume I was killed by Castergian agents and I will haunt you.
That's fair. I know a necromancer.
And he takes his hand off.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
And he leaves the dream state as Roby takes your hand off her crystal ball. All right, you all had that settled. Now on to the spell book. Give me just a moment. I gotta go hand something over. And she goes back into the back room where there's somebody. All right, start by cataloging these here. I'm gonna get you a new uniform. Here's a wand if you need one. Oh, God, you need a holy symbol. Ugh. All right, I'll go. I'm gonna start working on something. If we're still closed at the moment, but if you get re-winded, let me know and I'll open the shop again. Oh, and here, wear this at all times. I'm gonna go start to work on a book. You see, she waddles out of this back, like break room equivalent, over to her workstation.
The onboarding process.
Yeah, it literally.
Zonkiri's still like flipping to the pamphlet. He's just gonna offhandedly say to Karen, "You know, it's really hard to imagine being able to get such a rare spell book from someone like this off the market for such a cheap price."
You would think she isn't just a local salesman.
It's bizarre how lucky you were to find her at such a low rate.
I was almost expecting her to haggle up to 11,000. That'd be about average.
Morgana, you suddenly get a headache for some reason.
Sorry, man.
That's worth like 3 flame tongues.
Connor, I mean, you can always ask your players if they have prices for you, just in case you don't know anything.
I appreciate the callback. However,
I'm so sorry, but your pricing is only just now recovering.
I'm gonna go. My counterpoint to her is I'll stab a bandit
I'm
and
not
start
saying
bleeding.
my pricing is good.
Ouch.
Yeah. So, what for those who don't know, you remember the same thing I had Shane roll, the 2d10 times 1,000 for the item? I did the same thing for Fergus, and he rolled a 3 and a 1.
Oh, hold on. I didn't actually roll anything. You rolled the dice.
The die roll is in bot commands.
Oh, so you can check that out of log, but not the other one.
Shut the fuck up. It's literally the last thing in bot commands at the moment.
I'll be right back.
Oh, Shane.
So what does that mean?
It means he got a really cheap magic item because he rolled really well. And
I am spending 22 grand on some Ripper blades.
My thing is also the same rarity as his thing.
Exactly.
That's the salt in the wound.
Aye, that's the rub. So
less than half the price of a single one of mine.
Feels bad. You watch. She goes over to, I don't know, what's Fergus. You know a lot of D&D lore. Give me a random creature that's hide could be made into a spell book cover.
Dragon.
Good enough. I was hoping for something weird, but dragon works.
You didn't specify.
Oh, the gray render.
No, gray render would have an issue of polyps popping off.
We'll go with dragon. You see, she has some like, she goes over to like a dragon egg, cracks her fist into it, and pulls out the like dragon fetus, starts peeling it off, starts binding it into a cover. An hour later, she brings out this like, it's been dried, so it's no longer sticky or fleshy, but this colorless, as the dragon hadn't yet got its pigmentation, spell book. This should be a pretty good grimoire. Thumbs her fingers over the pages. Nice, high quality paper. And I even put some of the dragon teeth on the binding. It's weird, dragons form teeth in the eggs before their color. They are truly monstrous creatures. She blinks as a hag, not realizing the irony.
The gift takes.
I think she does.
The gift necromancer takes the book and hands over the gems. You said the cover was like completely colorless.
Yeah, it had not yet gotten its pigmentation.
I'm imagining like as Zonkiri touches it, there's a bit of a like that scene when Harry gets his wand, except rather than bright light, it's dark light, and the whole cover just turns black.
It's just that weird, like ethereal, almost dark turquoise light. Just
you touch it, and it does that. It almost looks like it gets charred as it goes over, and you see like these cracks of white filigree akin to how your Galder's Speedy Courier box looked. Huh. Turns out Dragon Fetus hide is very sensitive to external phenomena. Noted.
Excuse you.
Say that again.
Can you look up? Oh, nothing. So, anything else?
Don't worry, Karen. It's not the first fetus that's been sacrificed for my power.
Jesus H.
You're damn lucky. My god is the most chill creature I've probably met.
You've met your god?
Or else, yes.
He said, even though he met her while
She
she
literally
flexed
threw
his
me
ass
through
into the fucking
a
snow.
tundra.
Well, anyway, I've got work to do. Big
Look,
clap twice
Nick.
and the door's open. If you need anything, you know where to find me. I
Right.
always love lots of coin customers.
Yeah,
As you're walking out, you see somebody goes like, "Oh, are you open again?" And she yells at them,
No.
"No!"
By the way, I am on a tuning from. Actually, no, I'm going to keep it tuned on the hat because we might be heading back down that fucking hellhole.
That hellhole?
The Underdark.
Underdark.
And
Yeah.
I know I was just trying to make a callback to. Never mind.
No. Bad.
Didn't work.
The shadow plane.
A floating castle. How wacky! Be a shame if you dropped half your gems in there. Anyway.
Oh, that one's a deep cut.
Deep cut. There we go. Yeah.
It'd be a shame if you suddenly dropped into the shadow plane for half the campaign.
So the backstory on the gem thing, I was having campaign 1, I had Pyro roll to see how well he fences a bag of gems. Since he rolled really poorly, I said, on your way to get them fenced, you trip and fall, and most of them fall down a sewer grate.
Question is, why could I just break into the fucking sewer?
They were washed away.
Very greedy.
You described this just laying there for a minute. Just letting the pain soak in from losing a few hundred gold pieces worth of diamonds.
Yeah. So, Zenkiri, what's the plan now?
As we cut back to the tower people.
Yep.
So, you were brought in with Endariel.
Meanwhile, in the A plot.
Yeah. Okay, I'll introduce y'all to this scene in a couple minutes then, Zonkiri.
What about the C plot? What's the fucking
Yeah, let's cut
Silver
back
and-
to the D
Meanwhile,
plot.
back to the ranch.
Cutting back to
Zero
Yexen.
wanders into the kitchen where I assume Silver is just sitting.
Silver's making a sandwich.
One of his automatons is making him a sandwich. The
Wherever
exact class.
Silver is, Katira just wanders in. Okay, I feel better.
That doesn't sound like class. It sounds like standards. What's the difference?
Oh, come on, man! You missed the real opportunity to have Silver go. I'm trying to take a bath.
Nice.
She just busts into the bathroom. Silver, I'm
Feel
respecting
better.
your privacy by knocking, but asserting my authority as your teammate by coming in anyway.
Nah, I'm
God.
probably just making a sandwich with the Minotaur, and I'm like,
Oh,
It's
he refuses to leave
Gino.
Zonkiri's room.
oh, he refuses
She
to
comes
leave
into,
Sankiri's room.
the
If-
kitchen.
I'll give you a yes and if you knock and ask if he wants one, like he'll be like, I would greatly appreciate a sandwich.
Yeah, I would be like, isn't it always curious that us elves are? If she sees me, I would say, is it curious that us elves seem to be left out a lot when they go out to town?
She just comes in, she's like, I feel better, and then she goes, wait, they've all gone to town?
Not even telling us.
Look,
I
you
understand
sent
why
me
they
on
didn't
date night with
tell me,
Andariel.
tell
I would have
you.
invited you.
You hear loud sparking
I'm somehow
boom.
more confused than I was before I went to sleep.
You hear a loud sparky boom. You'll pause for a second before you hear the Abjuris going, I'm fine.
Are we certain that they're fine?
You look out the window and she's a little bit electrified, but is kind of just breathing on the roof.
Only mildly electrified.
Like, cartoonishly hair's poofed out. But otherwise seems fine.
I am not familiar with the workings of magic. Is that normal?
Silver, you've worked as an artificer. She's grossly violating so many work standard protocols.
OSHA's on their way right now.
Is there a magic OSHA?
Moshe? Yes.
Moshe, yes.
Moshe.
Say that.
Zankiri's real BBEG.
I'll
Moshe.
just take a sip of my tea as I go like, yep, that's not normal behavior with magic. And goes back for my sandwich.
Cutting back to the
It's
A-plot.
Zankiri's fault, so it's his problem.
Now cutting
Also
back to
DM.
the A-plot.
Damn, hostile DM cutting off the C plot too. Yeah.
Shut up. What are you all in the tower doing besides waiting for your group to recongregate as you're going through these files?
No real risk of loss of life. Jesus.
He's just helping organize at this point and
Okay.
trying to figure out what the fuck Dat Rat wants.
Dad, what do you want when you get up to her?
Bag.
Which bag?
A holding bag.
What do you want with it?
I need what's in it.
What do you need that's in it? I need you to tell me what you want so I can grab it. Otherwise, I'm just sticking my hand in empty space.
I would rather take the bag. I don't really want to walk around town with that skeleton.
Oh. Yeah, what do you want the skeleton for?
Blank.
The skeleton already kind of has been earmarked to someone.
I
Namely-
killed it. I looted it. It is mine.
We'll talk to the rest of the group about this when they show up. If they show up. When we get back
It
to
has-
the fort.
It has been discussed. I have made my intentions with this skeleton very clear.
No, you haven't, because you won't tell me what you're going to do with it.
Yes, I'm taking it to fucking Crowbeak.
For what?
For what?
5 minutes
Money.
after this moment, Karen and Zankiri saddle up to what I'm assuming is still Datin and Daryl going, but what do you want it for? The things!
I mean, I would have sent as soon as he told me what we were doing. I would have sent a sending to Andara, letting her know we're on our way.
Okay, then right now, and Daryl, you get a
know-
sending from Karen.
No, this is better. You know, this thing I got pieced back together. You know.
There's just a mushroom growing on his head.
And Daryl is just sitting there staring at him, blanked face, like, no, I don't know.
You're dead?
I mean,
Take
she does
fucking
not
level
know
in Barbarian.
the thing.
Strikes that way off.
And
She doesn't
Daryl's
know your
and Daryl
contract,
kind of
so
yeah, and Daryl's gonna stare off to space for a couple seconds and just respond, "Okay, I could use some help with the rat," and then look down at that. They're on their way. If you would like to explain to me in plain common, perhaps we can understand. I can understand what's going on.
Maybe not in the governess's quarters? Why are you fucking questioning me so much about something that I got the party?
I'm gonna look over to where the governess is standing, then back at that. She knows we're dirty as hell.
And
It's true.
she doesn't need to know what my personal business is.
I mean, you assume I don't, but it goes back
Yeah,
to
you remember she's had dinner with Miss Beak.
Miss Beak.
Miss B.
Please don't ever call her that.
Beak.
For
Miss
your
Crowbeak.
sake. There you go. Full name. I would not shorten it if I were you.
Just wait for the rest of the group. We don't know what Zankiri can do with said item.
I don't care what Zankiri can do with said item. I would like my fucking soul back.
You owe money.
And what do you think that money goes to? Why do you think I have to pay them back?
I know why you have to pay them back, Dat.
You don't know the full cost. And I just
How much is
told
the full?
you.
How much
my
is the full cost?
Karen, you're
How
walking
much
up
do
the
you
stairs.
owe? Dat.
Dat is vigorously rubbing his face. I've gone over this. I have asked the party for the funds on multiple occasions. Now that I have the means of doing it, you are fucking stopping me? Are you kidding me?
How much money do you owe? Sorry, the amount of money my party members owe random people, it's not something I remember.
Hardly fucking random. And 20,000 gold.
You were just paid 1,000 platinum. Correct?
Yeah.
That is
She's going to
effectively
take
half of your debt.
She's gonna take a bag off her hip, hand it to Dat, go pay her. And she will hand you 1,000 platinum.
Whoa.
Damn, I don't think I've ever seen a rat surprised all at once. Look at him. Point at him.
Organa's gonna fucking nothing personnel kid apparate behind Endario and just look
Damn it.
over her shoulder. Those are the funds for your shield guardian.
I'll make more money. His soul's a little bit more important than an automaton.
Make the fucking automaton. I can get this back with just a fucking skeleton.
You don't know that. Go pay her, and if they agree to sell the skeleton, you can pay me back.
I think that's a question for Zakiri. Hi. By the
Why
way.
is it
Hi.
freaking Gary? I killed the fucking.
I just shift out of the way of the door, and there's just a Zenkiri floating in on darkness.
Zenkiri.
Hmm?
Do you have any wish for the skeleton that we collected? Can you do
Vampire.
anything special with it?
Which one?
The vampire.
The vampire.
We
skeleton.
got like
She's gonna do the fang things with her fingers in front of her face.
Let's just tell everybody. Let's go ahead and shout it to the public at this point.
That we killed a
I mean-
vampire?
I mean, typically people don't like vampires over here, so that I don't think they care.
Really, the fact that it's just a vampire isn't the point.
Alright.
Could probably do something with it. Why? What's the issue here?
He wants to sell it to get
He's
money.
rejecting my claim to the loot.
It is a party loot item. We got it all together. You may have gotten the final blow, but we did it together.
Final blow. I did all the fucking work.
I
Minus the
vaguely
fucking
remember
sunstone.
fighting the vampire myself.
I mean,
I don't believe you were actually there.
Dimension
Yeah,
dooring
she
you
was.
in.
I don't actually remember that bit.
You were
Yeah,
dimension
yeah.
doored in and out by
on
her.
player side.
I was
Get away,
also
Jack.
one of the ones that helped fight it in the first place.
you know,
Player doesn't remember that, but yeah, sure.
a-
Yeah.
as the only alphabet in Sunstone, I don't
Okay.
have an issue with him using it. I don't care.
I'm wondering if we can get better use for it other than gold when I can give him the money he needs to pay back his debt.
How much does he need? Because I literally just did the only thing with the money that I really need. I've got an extra 5,000 ish.
He needs 20,000, so 2,000 platinum.
Right.
And Dario gave her.
And Daryl still
Yes.
has her bag of platinum handed out to him. It's like,
Would you do something with that?
so Zenkiri, what's more important? Me having 1,000 platinum, or more useful, I should say, me having 1,000 platinum, or us having a vampiric skeleton for you to experiment on?
Probably the skeleton.
Could that 1,000 platinum get you some gauntlets of ogre strength?
Probably.
I haven't taken a dig at you in 3 days, Karn.
And we're all proud of you for it anyway. We're talking about Dat now. We can talk about that later.
The mental counter gets reset 0 seconds since the last spite at Karen.
Hold on.
Yeah. Oh,
What? Why don't I take... Since the main issue here seems to be whether or not I get the skeleton or Dat does, why don't Dat and I settle this between ourselves here?
like real man pulls out dual discs.
Shut the fuck up.
I'll be
over here.
honest, Pat, I'm not trying
in
to
the
be
corner.
mean. I just think we'll get better use of the skeleton from giving it to Zankiri.
To animate the fucking bones for it to disintegrate because he can't keep control of it?
We believe they hold special properties for being the skeleton
probably-
of a Sturgian vampire.
Agreed.
Sturgeon, thank you for saying it out loud to the governess. That we just.
I
She
think
knows
she
I'm from
knows.
Kasturg. Yeah, I already
How
told her
would
that.
she know?
I told her that I'm from Kasturg, and I have issues with vampires.
It doesn't mean.
Oh, by the way, thank you for the.
fucking obstacle. My God.
by
She's
the
just
way,
sat over there. What's your all's passive perceptions?
my passive is 18 now.
Okay.
14.
By the way, thank you for the card.
Let's see.
Thanks for the lycanthrope license. Thank you very
So with
much.
a natural 20, nobody
Perception
notices it.
22. I notice it from the fucking fort.
Funnily enough, that's what you would need to spot what she did because she rolled a natural 20. Unfortunately,
Okay.
you're not here. Ooh.
I spotted.
21 if you count Varsi.
The DC,
We always
she
count
has a
Varsi.
22. Like, she rolled a nat 20 on her stealth.
Oh, bitch.
Can I actively roll?
No, not for this, because this is already passed.
All right.
All right. Dat, I'm trying to think of the entire group. I am willing to help you pay off your debt. And I'll throw in a little present for you just to help you. Does that sound fair?
Is she still holding out the pouch of gold? The platinum?
Yes.
I think.
Yeah, it's still visibly seething, but he's just gonna snatch the fucking platinum and storm out.
Thank you, Dat.
He's still visibly seething.
Oh god.
Okay, make sure you add that to your fucking inventory.
It's gonna be gone in about a moment.
Yeah, I know.
Throws it down the drain out of spite.
I want you
Where's
to.
that
I want you to put
country?
in 2,000 platinum just so you can subtract 2,000 platinum. It'll hurt.
God damn.
It won't, because I don't care about money.
Can he even carry that much? God
Okay.
It is.
And she's gonna look back to Karen and Zankiri.
damn.
Hi.
Yeah.
I
hi.
thought you would be questioning the warden at this time. It's why I'm not at the fort.
No.
We had to come in town and do some errands.
Also, report to.
I reported
Governess.
to the Baroness, to the Governess.
God, thank you.
Yeah, just slightly shift
She
in a
just
frame.
turn-
up high.
Turns around and looks at the Baroness. I beg your pardon.
The who?
I am so sorry. The Governess. I beg your pardon for this. I am so very sorry.
I apologize, my thing.
You're fine.
You apologize. You just gave her so much information about us.
She already had most of that.
That's not there anymore.
Yeah, she already had most of that, if not all.
And actually, I would like to do something. I would like to roll an insight roll to see if anything has changed about her
Go for it.
demeanor towards us.
Go for
Same
it.
kind of.
Would anyone like
going-
to assist me?
I will
Y'all are
assist you. I will
dysfunctional.
assist you. Matter of fact,
Okay.
what's your
You
insight?
may want to roll on your own.
I think I'm gonna roll mine actually, because Karen's curious too, because he's just standing in the doorframe watching this as a third party.
Ooh.
I find it
Yeah.
As a
hilarious.
third party.
I find it hilarious that throughout this whole rigmarole, that the barbarian and the evil necromancer have been the two calmest, rational people about this.
Wait, you gotta think
Karen's
about
just
this.
amused. Leave me alone.
Well, no, you gotta think about this. Skaven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
He has
No.
Every...
You almost got me.
I don't think
You
he has to.
almost got me like.
Skaven.
Did you
Yes, yes.
say who asked to the DM?
He feels he has every,
Hang on,
and
did
I
I just
mean
get
absolutely
muted?
He
every
did.
right to that
Well-
loot. And he is feeling absolutely cheated by his own party at the moment.
I will point out, Zonkiri was telling him this can be settled between you and me.
Katira somehow now with a tray of vegetables
Yeah.
and hummus looks at
Yeah.
Silver, crunches on a stalk of celery, and goes, What do you think they're doing out there?
You kids want some snacks?
The real beauty of the situation is that even though Dom muted Connor, the recording's still going to pick up
It
him going,
did.
wait, am I muted?
It's gonna hear. No, it's gonna hear me going. Did he just fucking mute me?
Yeah.
What was that? It just happened after 1 hour and 55 minutes right now. So 1 hour 50. I had some exclusive content to the VOD watchers.
Okay. What does Karen see with his 27 fucking insight?
Karen, you noticed that the same file she was working on when you came in, she's been tossing the same file back and forth while she listened, pretending to file it away and move it, and was just
Do I
listening.
spy like a little smirk or anything? How's her poker face?
Her poker face is immaculate. The only thing that gives her away is that she's not made any progress on sorting through these files since you came in the room, because she's
a politician, my guy.
She's just been listening to everything you all have been saying.
This is information she already had.
Knowing
the,
that she did not
98%
know,
of it, though.
you pick up that a Casturgian vampire was directly below them.
Yeah, that was going to be part of the report. I wasn't going to leave that out.
Yeah, so
because,
she knows that now.
That's part of the report. I was going to so the Casturgians are working in there.
I'll be honest, because Andariel would have just referred to it constantly as the vampire. We killed a vampire.
Well, there are non-Casturgian vampires, because she's
I know,
already
but that's why
initiative.
she wouldn't know about the Casturgian part yet.
Right.
Because Andariel would have told her about the vampire. It would have been phrased as a vampire, not a Casturgian vampire.
If at any point, I would have probably popped in with, those of Casturgian make. They are indeed in the Underdark, moving about.
She already reported well before you guys got there.
Yeah. They have several agents there.
So
it was a lesser noble to boot.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like an arbiter or something?
That is the name of the general police force of the Casturgian vampires.
Okay.
Inquisitor was the word Connor used.
Nice. Inquisitor is what Pyrolia says, but good job.
Don't patch me.
She does kind of stop for a second and goes, "So, did you handle all the accomplices of this vampire?"
I was not personally on site for that one, but I turned towards some of the people who actually were.
You look at Zonkiri.
And
you notice a microscopic relief of tension. She realized, oh good, he was on the scene.
Wow.
Did you deal with them? Well, Zonkiri was there. Okay, good.
Okay.
That's a yes.
That's literally what happened.
John Wick was a fucking wizard.
It's not so much that it's the wizard, it's that it's the Zonkiri.
Zonkiri is a rogue.
Yeah.
Defies existence.
So, you all are doing what? Just sorting through these papers? Is there something you're looking for?
I'll help, I guess.
Okay, I'm going to cut over to Dat going to Cropeaks.
Knocks on door. Damn it!
Hold on.
Oh.
On his way there, a Varshi is going to find him.
Varshi, to make herself known or just trail him?
Going to make herself known. Just going to land in front of him.
Dat, you see Varshi land.
Got a little tiny scroll in her mouth.
Adorable.
He will gently take the scroll and open it.
Do you see the message I sent you?
No give, only throw.
No.
Do you send it to the wrong person?
You sent me or sent Connor?
I sent that rat.
Oh, I was thinking Discord over here.
Yeah, imagine a not out of game version of that.
I'm so curious what it was.
You're the DM.
Aren't we all?
Exactly.
You can see that.
I cannot.
No.
What?
I'll send it to
Yeah,
you.
you can't see whispers between characters.
That,
I thought that was a thing.
yeah, that was. I could have sworn it was.
I didn't see it before, yeah.
Now we know. Fuck.
Pretty sure I've whispered to somebody.
Gotcha.
And Like it was
Really? I get much
successfully
higher.
hidden.
Gotcha. So, yeah, you make your way to Crowbeak. Does Varshi stick with him, or does she bamf back after delivering the note?
Depends what he responds with.
Just-
That is just going to sigh. Hilavarshi. I heard him, however. I am begrudgingly acknowledging that the priest or whatever the fuck she is right. You can keep it.
Varshi will
Oh,
nod for a bit and start flying back.
I didn't say that.
Alright.
Varshi is the main character.
So you make it to Crowbeaks. You see the sign that says closed. Does Dad even knock, or does he
No,
just kick
that
in?
does not care. That walks right in.
That probably understands why they're closed.
You walk in when it says closed, and you see the glass starts to shatter into shards, and is like aiming up to strike at you before Crowbeak looks up and goes,
Do
"Wait."
it. Do me the favor.
She says, "Wait," and they pause. I know this one. Wait,
Yeah.
disarm. And they all fold back into place. You want to be careful about kicking in. You want to be a bit more careful coming into a hag's hut unannounced.
It would have done me a favor.
I mean, that would have been awful for you, but go off.
Mm.
What do you want?
Go off.
He's going to drop the 2 sacks right at her desk.
She picks them up and holds them without opening. She goes, "Is that? Shake, shake, shake. Shake. Is this 2,000 platinum? Shake, shake,
Fair.
shake. That's pretty good. Oh, this is for the debt, isn't it? Oh, yeah, hang on.
No, it's a fucking gift. Really?
Is it a gift? You set it? She's already like starting
No.
to. Oh, okay.
No.
She was already starting to wrap her hands around the bag to rake them behind the counter. Sarcasm not detected.
He's still at least partially seething, so he's almost hissing out his words.
she draws a little circle around them. Takes out her crystal ball again. Paging the unseelie. Paging the unseelie. It flares up. I've got a debt repayment on the behalf of one of your people. Facilitated contract. Contract number. Insert what the number would be. Okay, sending it through now. It flashes and suddenly the circle's gone and the bags are empty and they just drop. Alright, so your debt with the unsealie's been paid. Oh, hang on. Come closer. And she had one hand on the sphere. She points her finger to your forehead, and like Doctor Strange being smacked by the Ancient One for the first time, you just feel your soul transcend the planes back into your body. You no longer are using the loner filler. Now you still technically owe me another person.
Yeah.
But your soul is in your body now, and it's just failing to deliver the person would forfeit it should you die. You do see the priest in the background is up, and she has a necklace on now, as does Crowbeak. Much appreciated, by the way. Head pat. You seem tense.
He's gonna put a set of human lungs on the table.
You see she was starting to slide out the, like, Sally from the Peanuts, like, therapy 5 cents sign.
That's from Lucy, you goon!
Did I say... Oh, damn. I was really committing. Whoops. Same
the
difference.
doctor is real in, bitch.
You got what my fucking joke was. Shut up, all of you. You drop the lungs.
I am pulling the football out from under your foot as we speak.
You put the lungs of a possessed person down and describe what they are to her. She goes, I'll give you 100 gold for those.
He also puts that deep red powder on the table.
We'll get to the powder in a second. Actually, can you smoke that? Do you know? Hang
Can you smoke that? My dealer just moved out of the city for some reason.
on. So you're gonna watch. She's gonna offer you 500 for the whole thing.
You lagged out for me. What?
She's offering you 500 for the lungs and the powder,
You
This
just
is-
slap a bag of trinkets on the table too.
and she'll give you that cost for the trinkets because I already gave you a price on that one.
You said 500 for the lungs and red powder.
Mm-hmm. The red powder being the drug satchel.
Yep.
Do you watch what she does with it when you're done?
No, I don't care.
Okay. So she sides over the
I only
money.
care that she's willing to pay so much for it.
You do see that she, after you pay it, she does start to take out a pipe. Do you actually leave?
No, kind of interested now. She didn't know if she could smoke it.
You see she starts putting some of the red powder in a pipe and just demolishes the bag very quickly. And then when she's done...
So you can smoke it.
Oh, yeah. And when she's done, she puts the esophagus of the lungs in her mouth and breathes in and just puts a new layer of lungs in her body. And after she hacks and coughs for a couple minutes, you see the old lungs come out and they are fucking obliterated. So it is smokable.
But only once.
Yeah. Alright. Now I've actually got to lock up because I'm about to trip pretty hard. And she is going up to actually draw curtains so the door can't be opened. And then you are shooed out. And then above board, if the camera could pan on her, she goes and finds a nice comfy place to lay down and she just remains zooted for a good...
She is holding on tight to the world so she doesn't fall off.
I've had a friend say that happened to her a few times. Anyway.
Well, that is going to go back to the keep.
Okay. Katir and Silver, did you all stay at the keep or did you go into town at some point?
I mean, they're probably at Crow Peaks. We could find them if you wanted. Or we could just stay here, make them come back for us. Make them do the work.
I mean, do we have the papers or did they have the papers? Don't think we would be able to go.
That is
in very
that
freely.
is a good point. I think that makes our decision for us, and that means we stay here and let them do the work.
Morgana's
Very
gonna
much.
nudge Karen. His
Hey, did we leave Silver and Katira's passports with them? Or did we take them?
Pyro's not here. God damn it.
I just got back. What?
Okay.
So,
Morgana wants to nudge you real quick.
You nudge the orc. I look down. I look over at you.
You have access to sending. Yes.
I do.
We request that you send one to Silver.
Right. Is there anything specific you want to say to him? I take out like a flip notebook, like I'm taking an order.
We request Silver come to the city.
All right. Should
We
he
have
bring Katira?
something that may interest.
Thank you, Karen. I was so waiting. I was
She'll
so
nod.
waiting.
She'll
Katira was
nod.
gonna be like, "Did he mention me?"
If Katira is healthy and stable, then yes.
I think basic. I don't think she's stable, but ever.
I'm stable. I haven't been stable since before you met me.
Right. All right. I'll go and tell Silver to come to the governess's abode, office, something. All right. I'll send off a text message to Silver saying that, and if Katira isn't going to break down crying at random, she can come too.
You never know with me.
Yeah. So I left the
Yeah.
decision in his hands.
Neither does Katira.
More. Exclude her more, Silver. Do it. Do it.
We've always been excluded, but yeah.
It's the ears, isn't it?
It's the ears.
It's
Sorry,
because I'm purple, isn't it?
Sorry, my orc blood is getting the better
Technically,
of me.
both of us have ears. You're the one purple, so
Exactly.
It is explicitly not the ears because remember, Zonkiri actually has elven ears because he's a gift.
Uh-huh.
It's under the hood.
To be fair, though,
It ain't easy being cheesy.
Zonkiri is the exception to any rule. He's not exactly
Yeah.
a mold that you would compare people to. But you get the summons if you choose to accept, and we can hand wave as you all meet back at the tower, unless that
Yeah.
describes that he's just going back to the fort.
I mean, I'll go over that way if Katira wants to go.
Oh,
It feels like
we've been summoned.
yeah.
Well,
Don't know what for though.
do we have access to the city?
Yes.
You're neither of our
Yeah.
werewolves, right? There you
Yeah,
go.
not a werewolf.
If we don't have the pass, we'll just have to wait in line.
I only have so many sendings, guys.
Very well. This is happening between Katira and Silver.
The timeline of this episode is so fucked up.
It's
assume
wonderful.
Silver
It's like a
is still
classic
looking
Batman.
iffy on how sending works, so half his conversation with Tira is just coming down back to me.
Back at the Hall of Justice.
Yeah.
We have an A through E plot here.
Back at the Hall of Weirdos. Very well then. Let us make our way.
Yeah.
So you make your way there, hand wave.
Make
Neither
my
of you are Lycans. You pass through the line easy enough, and you make your way into the governess's abode. And you see the absolute room full of shit.
Well,
Oh dear.
this is a mess.
About half an hour in, the governess recused herself and had to go back to her other business. But you all are still welcome to stay here and continue work on it.
So-
What is going on?
Communication services has ended. Please dial again with the beep. Beep.
So the whole reason Zonkiri came to the governess's house is he needed to talk to her about the prisoner.
Okay. I mean, you still had time to do so.
I
while the
imagine
others
when
are-
she recused herself, you went with her.
Easy enough. So you're in her office with her then to talk to her.
Hey, excuse me, I need to go deal with something else. Stands up, walks away, turns around, Zonkiri's standing behind her.
He was already in her office.
Yes.
So she
I
looks
was waiting
behind
for
and
you
he's
to
sat
somewhere.
he sat there.
Hold
She
on.
walks down. He's there.
The best thing I can imagine is she walks out the door and Zonkiri's just standing there, and then she gets to the office, opens the door, and Zonkiri's just
That's what I was saying. That's
No.
exactly.
He's sitting in her chair and he turns around and
I've been expecting you, Governess.
You see this subtle wave of confusion, and she's very good at hiding her emotions, but just like a, how in the.
The
I'm not gonna
entire
question
office is already to his decoration.
I'm Zonkiri, that's how.
All right, get out of my chair.
Better if you don't question it.
He just appears on the other side of the desk. Doesn't do anything, just appears there.
Just full horror movie style. You blink and just weeping angel your way to the other
He
chair.
only moves
Oh,
when
he's
she
playing on
blinks.
2000 ping right now.
He's doing the ping. What is it where people in games just like
Latency.
yeah, they would do, like latency glitch to like ramp their ping
Yep.
up really high and
It's
then
not a
drop
glitch.
it.
It's a feature of my
Yeah,
internet.
they had like an actual like box to like make their latency stupid high, and then they would drop it back down so they could like flag glitch into stuff. Just that. So
I think
that
that's
was
just
reality.
playing a Bethesda game.
Ooh. So you the door is closed. So she knows how these meetings with you go, and locked. Curtains get drawn. All right. Snaps. Torches on. What you
So,
need?
this prisoner we've taken, this warden.
That I officially know nothing about.
Of course. What do you know about him?
Member of the Slaver Ring. Former member. he had some ties to the city of Galazorn. I don't know all that much specifically about them. He was a bit of a recluse. I think he had some sort of patron in Galazorn as well. Like not like a warlock, but like a literal supported him.
By the name of Ruiner.
That would make sense.
Zunkiri kind of snaps his fingers, and a minor illusion of the portrait of the Warden and the Ruiner appears.
Yep.
I see. Well, considering we are, as you said, unofficially doing this job for you, the protection of Moonwatch, this is our best lead toward the culprit behind the attack, Mr. Daxum Bolten. Now, as far as the man himself goes, we plan on interrogating this warden as to how we might best find Mr. Bolten, as well as why it was he decided to launch this attack on Moonwatch. Is there anything in particular that you would like us to ask the warden or Mr. Bolten when we find them?
I am invested in why Moonwatch, as opposed to any other city-state. My leading suspicion is usually it has to do with our leyline convergence position, wanting to destabilize us to benefit Galazorn, or just in support of some foreign city-state, either on the Ateth or abroad. But anything other than those, certainly let me know as soon as possible.
Of course.
Did your friends, teammates, get a chance to look through the files for Bolton's name?
I do believe that's what they're working on at the moment.
Well, if they do need more time, they're welcome to come and do so whenever. I'm going to leave those there for a while until I find a place to store them.
I'm actually curious. Why did Undaria bring them here? I assumed we were going to go over them at the keep.
She had asked if I could share them with the families and those related to them, make them a matter of public knowledge in certain instances to give people closure of family members who had gone missing and possibly help a sort of groupthink of tracking down these people.
I see. Good to know.
It's unfortunately on the back burner at the moment because we don't have the resources to spare, but it is coming down the line, and it is something I do want to do.
Speaking of which, how is that going?
When you refer to the general state of my city?
Caught any rats recently?
A few. At least a few who registers as lichen. Or just have a silver allergy. There is a select few who have been able to make appointments to go and be cured, but most people are staying far apart from each other as they can. I've made a request of some of the more southern city-states to send up a swath of clergy, mainly the representative from Paraglen. I've requested a loner of some clerical sorts to come and help disperse the curse. That wasn't meant to rhyme, but they should be arriving, well, at some point. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. In about a month's time. By the time
That's disgusting. How many people are we talking about?
Well, the actual compromise is we don't know how much of the city was compromised, but we have had enough test as lichens to have concern.
We talking tens, hundreds, dozens?
About at least a tenth of the population so far.
Woo!
Yeah, damn.
DM, that is how many people?
You can I don't have a specific number of people in Moonwatch, but what
It's
would
a moderately sized city-state.
moderate to large size city state. God, how many people would live there?
A
Hold on.
solid bit. Like,
What would you say? Like population of
is
What kind-
20,000 overshooting it, or
2,000 probably overshot.
Okay, so we got Thorpe, Hamlet, Village, Small Town, Large Town, Small City,
Let's go with
Large
town.
City,
Or well,
large
large
town.
city. Large city.
Small Town, Large Town, Small City, Large City, Metropolis.
Large city.
Large City, that is 12,000 to 25,000 people.
Whew.
Population.
Let's go with a solid 20k then.
Okay, so about 2,000 people infected so far. Let me see something here.
The concentration of it is more in the slums where there's less sanitary, and so saliva and bodily fluids get spread around a lot more.
Yeah.
Another point of interest was there was a brothel that was shut down in town temporarily. That's a lot of people were given. There was a lot of traffic coming out of there that was being affected.
Okay. Now, Hmm.
You have a thought?
I have several thoughts.
That's concerning.
Remind me again that that device we're having set up in our fort.
It's set to level 3.
And can the spells be swapped or no?
It can with a good check. It just takes some time and a little bit of consumables.
Oh my god.
What?
She's
This
getting
man better figure out mass remove curse.
You would also know that most of the other things, the downside to them not being able to do this so far is that everybody else's spell generator has been subsidized to maintain the barrier. And so they can't switch it to do anything else.
Moonwatch can't.
Correct. But
Fort
yours
Nix
is a
could.
brand new one. And you've not been
You
contracted
gotta
to do
tell
anything.
them to ship all the lichened infected to Fort Nix to get purged.
Maybe.
But, that's
We
amazing.
just put everybody on a train and we send them to this lovely little fort. Some might even say a camp.
we're just going to put them in camps.
So
Don't worry about it.
Zonkiri will just kind of, sit down, cross one leg over the other. He's not sitting on anything. He's just sitting like down in the air.
Valid.
Oh, menace.
I have a proposal.
I'm worried, but go on.
That's what we all say.
Recently, in my fort, I've had something constructed of late. A spell globe, similar to the one that is covering Moonwatch in the barrier. I have yet to assign it a particular spell, and considering the area it covers, as well as the number of people that have been infected in Moonwatch, I don't see a reason why, for a price, could not set the globe to remove curses from those in the area, at least temporarily, to help stymie the tide of Moonwatch's infected. I noticed that there was quite a lot of hostility toward the sanctions being done.
And what do you gain out of this?
Oh, certainly enough money and resources to switch the spell out once this crisis has passed.
Mm-hmm.
Favor for myself and my party with Moonwatch. entire slums worth of infected people, now graciously happy that the necromancer at their doorstep has saved all of them.
And
She's staring, waiting for war.
What can I say? I'm invested in this area. I want it to thrive. You've stood aside and allowed me to spread my roots, my tendrils throughout this area. And I just want you to know that that comes with benefits.
Give me a persuasion
Gentrifier.
check. Give me a persuasion
He's
check at
gentrifying.
advantage.
God.
Because you're giving a really good you're giving a really good solution, but she's also very worried about a specific aspect of what you're asking here.
Colonial necromancer. My God.
5.
fucking gentrifier.
Does anyone have any rerolls? I demand.
I don't. I
Not on
don't. I'm
charisma.
sorry. I only have a plus 4.
Hold on.
It
Any
has to be a
jokers?
joker.
Nope.
Yeah, all I can do is give advantage.
Mm.
Sorry.
I'd use that +4 on you, buddy, but I don't think that helped.
9 is not enough.
I'm going to ask the party, what do you think? Is this worth
Yes.
succeeding on?
We've pretty much established that we're in Moonwatch's camp, and if we can do this, we're even more like tight knit with the current power structure.
They'll owe us quite a bit.
Yeah,
That's true.
How
this
much
is a
that
pretty
would
big
mean.
favor. And given that this kind of is heading for war, a nice favor goes a long way.
Okay. I'm not hearing any dissent from the party, correct?
Nope.
Notice it.
Go ahead.
All right. Now, Connor,
Send it.
you have any objections to this, or do you think should take this in another way, or what?
I'm leaving that entirely up to you. I will say this isn't a nothing check. I'm not advising you against it. It'll have consequences one way or another, either in your favor or not. But
Okay.
it's not a small check. It could be worth spending a card or something on.
Auto crit on a roll? Does that work?
No, that works for attacks.
You should
Damn.
change.
I'll be honest with you. I think you should change that ruling.
Auto succeed.
It just says auto crit on a roll.
It doesn't say an attack roll.
Hostile, illiterate.
It has been. I'm gonna have to change the wording on Ace because this comes up a lot.
Yeah.
It's when you hit, you can turn a normal hit into a crit, but that's a lot of words to put on one card. So I thought auto crit on a roll.
That's why you would say
Do
auto
auto
crit.
crit on damage.
Well, auto crit on damage works as well. But I had said
Yeah.
roll
Auto
originally
crit
because
on hit.
it'll
Or
work.
just put, auto crit on hit.
Well, some things are
And
saved.
then it rhymes.
Well, I guess that can't crit. Yeah. I mean.
What is this? 1 D&D?
Don't you speak that in my place. But is that I'm assuming that's the one card you were talking about, and that is.
I mean, yeah, not much else can save a 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can pick it back up.
If I give him my my advantage, can he reroll?
I don't think so.
There's a specific card for rerolls.
Joker.
I'm considering.
Because the ace kind of seems pretty
Ace.
nice.
AC. Ace tier.
Hmm.
Even.
Yeah, where's
Yeah,
the
because
ace?
if you give next time you have a rogue or paladin and just wonder, man, I wish I could have a button that just lets me smite and have a.
Well,
Yeah,
we're
no,
not on the road. We're paladin.
Des did that to a poor, unfortunate Manticore.
Mm.
The closest we'll get to
I'm
that is
going
if
to
I
rule-
get brutal critical on something.
I'm going to rule on camera and recording.
Oh,
The function of these advantage on a check roll cards function like like a silvery barbs or a motes of inspiration where you roll a d20 and choose which one you'd like to have. So it functions like advantage, but can work with advantage as well. So it's the wording that's been used in some recent spells. That's you can roll an additional d20 and choose which one to use.
So elven accuracy level of advantage or something?
If that's what elven accuracy is written as. So yes,
You
the
get
answer is
3 dice and choose the best one.
you can use it to roll another d20 and sub out one of the ones you have with it.
A precedent has been set.
Okay, so like a lucky die.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Cards down. Reroll.
Drum roll.
Here comes
And this counts for this next check. We cannot add any cards onto that roll because we can only use one.
Correct.
10.
Okay. Total of 10.
Better than 5.
Yep.
She looks at
That
you.
is.
It will have crossed a threshold of this spectrum of failures. She is not like well. She looks at you. She isn't going to accuse you of trying to stage a coup like a 5 would have. But she is going to say, I think a favor has been given in allowing you access to the Underdark unrepented, which was paid back by taking care of these individuals. But I think continuing to make sure the threat that you were allowed to visit the Underdark for would be the full repayment of that favor. Don't you think? Now, of course, you'll be given compensation for swapping out your spells and such, and we can absolutely work on those fronts, but I feel a favor owed is a bit of a step too far. I believe this is the continuation of a threat of a favor you were already given. You do pick up that she has something about your pitch. It just something has sat odd with her, which you know above character. It sounded vaguely like, is this a coup? Is this like the beginning of like turning people against me?
Maybe.
And with a 10,
I
she's
mean,
hedging her bets.
Fun thing is on one hand, he actually meant that not as that whatsoever. It was more of a, you want to be my puppet ruler of Moonwatch while I take over the continent?
You mean like a coup?
He's not taking over. She'll be in charge of Moonwatch. She'll just have to watch
Look,
if he dominates the rest of the continent.
Is too busy, so he's going to need to delegate something. So
But no, Zonkiri will just kind of unfold his hands, give the shrugging, hands up gesture. Well, if that's how you feel about it, I have no issues with that. And stands up, dusts himself off, and goes to take his leave and just kind of looks over his shoulders. I await your official notice on that.
She takes her quill out. It'll be over shortly. You'll receive it in the mail at some point.
Of course. Don't forget to write down why it is we've been down there then. Walk out.
She just kind of stares at you for a second.
She's calling in a favor for something she doesn't want officially known, so... It's like, sure, just make it official.
Go ahead.
Zinkirian bureaucracy.
And you another meta camera. If you could see in her room after she closes it back up, she just kind of sits there for a couple minutes thinking and trying to brainstorm a spin. And we cut back to the party, diving back into the files. So I'm assuming you all are looking for anything related to Daxum Bolten or recent entries, or trying to.
What are we looking for in these files? No answer. We are looking for nothing in the files.
Mentions of the name Daxum Bolten.
Very well.
Okay.
Are
we rolling for that?
This is pretty much to send out. This is all the receipts, right?
So these are files of like. So in total, there are 36 of these boxes.
Oh, there's that.
Yeah.
Oh, right. He had to leave early, right?
Correct. After looking through them and getting a does anybody
I believe so.
one of you has something early in the morning he's got to go
There's something specific I
All
want to
the
look for.
time.
Does anybody here have a passive investigation above 16?
No.
17!
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you're
18.
so easily enough for you to sort them out. 12 of them are boxes of files of trade partners, people of note who they do repeated business with, and 24 of the boxes are a set of locations, tracing back places that are good to nab people, and places which they will hand things off to clients, stations where they would keep people so that they're all not put in one central fort. You know, the classic bad guy villain folly. Put all your enemies in the same place and just hope they don't have a
All your
jailbreak.
eggs in one basket, of course.
So you've got these
Surely
you've
a
got the
basket.
room divided into these two sections: people and points of interest. Which one did you want to start combing through?
People it is.
People.
People
What
it is.
What was the name of that guy from the city state that really hates Moonwatch?
Which one?
Yeah,
The name of the dude. I'm
the
pretty
exact opposite, like the military powerhouse guy. This seems like a pretty
sure
good
the place
way
is
to talk
called
about this.
Freywick.
Commander
And-
Lars Vadrix of Freywick.
Oh, that guy.
Start looking for names from there.
Probably
guy.
look at locations and see
If
they
there was going to be some underhanded attack roll, especially after we just fucking dunked on his protege, this seems like a pretty satisfying way to jump at one of the main rivals.
So give me an investigation check for those of you who are looking at it. You'll get one name at a time, so you can either look for Bolton or Commander Vars.
Bolten with my +0. Wow, good job. My
Thanks.
+0. Oh.
Brother.
Bonding in
We're all
Fucking plus
doing
8 and I roll a
investigation.
13.
Feels bad.
bonding in incompetence with Cairn. Katira just or not Katira, my bad. I was just in the middle of reading your name.
So
That's-
you're
We're all
looking,
doing investigations.
looking
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
I'm assuming everyone's looking for Bolton's name, except for Pyra, who's looking for the.
I was
Freywick
told
angle.
looking for Daxum Bolten, so that's what she's looking for.
Yeah.
Gonna skip, hop, and dupe to the spell globe and fill with animate dead tonight. Next morning, Governess letter. Shame would have been happy to do that yesterday before we set the globe with the quest. Oh.
Oh my god.
Genkirian bureaucracy, you say?
The first time he's
So
been
sh-
told no.
It's a shame. She stepped out of the way of the bullet only to step back into it.
Got to pay her fucking rent to the necromancer.
So, I'm assuming Zonkiri does not go back to the room. He just straight leaves and goes to do that immediately.
No, he just apparates. We never see him again.
No,
Done.
that would be highly unusual and suspicious for him to do. He just goes back to the party.
Okay.
Interesting. You wouldn't
I'm
do
afraid
anything.
of his plans. So Katira,
Yo.
you are looking for Daxum Bolten. So with a 20, you find a couple files that have that they don't have the full names listed on these. There's a series of code they're written in that involves taking the name, assigning it a number, and scattering letters, swapping those letters with the codex. So it
I
takes
knew
you
it.
all a while of like code breaking to identify the names. The letters themselves are written in mostly just regular undercommon. But it's easy enough to just look at the codex and match symbols that not everybody needs to read undercommon until they can identify a file.
Yep.
And you come across one that does seem to have, you think you found a Daxum Bolten file. At least one of them.
I think this might be it.
Can you read undercommon?
No, which is why I'm saying that so that I can
Gotcha.
pass it over to Andario, who can.
Dario, click, click. Eyes of the room keeper. Would you read? Hang on, I want to have music for this moment. Give me a moment. Oh God, of course I haven't. One moment, please.
Technical difficulties for the Dice-aster children.
Doo-doo. We appreciate your patience.
We here at Dice-aster children really do care about your feedback. However, we're going to be turning off the comments for.
No, we don't.
No, don't get fucked. Hate you. Didn't
This
ask.
is our head of. This is our head of HR.
God, Norman is head of HR.
No, I'm head of the
Yep.
complaints department.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, because you're the head complaint.
he's quality assurance. He's quality assurance.
Get fucked. Don't care.
So,
I will never forget the first day I was in Connor's game, and Norvin came in late, and I'd already been in games with Norvin for a little bit, and then they were like, "Hey, Norvin, we have a new player in the game," just letting him know that I was there, and he goes, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you. I'm Norvin, also known as Osha, also known as Grump." And I just sat there and I went, "Norvin, you know me."
Huh? Yeah.
And then he went, "Oh, it's Liv."
So,
It's like, right here.
this file, it details a shipment. You see the names of at least probably 20 Dampier individuals. Exclusively Dampier is the first thing that jumps out at you. You're filing over these pages and reports. They all seem to be pulled from Galazorn, sourced so that they wouldn't be missed, or a accident was staged to make their disappearance not raise alarms. There is a one-way road where these people are sent off, and then payment comes to the Shade Runners. You thumb back through. There's some internal documents attached here where people had asked Mr. Bolten what his goal for these folks were. If there was, it was phrased in a way that like is there any way we can better support you? Anything you're looking for that we can keep an eye out for? To try and get a little bit of his business on their radar. While he kept it very close to the chest, the closest they got to understanding is that they were once told basically you wouldn't understand it. It has to do with very technical skills. And then stop asking me questions. That was essentially his whole quote. But on some further investigation they took on, because you see he's paying exuberant amounts of money for these people. When you compare it to other files, he's paying upwards of double or triple what the going rate would be. And so they were curious, because something seemed off. Upon reflection, they had him tailed a little bit by some of the watchers. And he was seen to have been passing them off to another party of some sort in exchange for not something that wasn't gold. Specifically, it didn't seem like it was just another middleman situation. They were under the assumption that it was a raw materials to a specialist kind of trade. In that he was trading these Dampiers to be processed into some sort of material that he was being given.
God damn.
They were not able to get into his compound to go and find out what this stuff was. And as best they could, and the case that they saw was not able to be opened. They did see it was about the size of a briefcase. And there seemed to be accounting by the person handing it off to see how many he was getting and then counting how many were in the case, seeming that there was some sort of ratio of what he gave to what he got.
L plus?
They described the specialist that he traded off to They were a heavily clothed figure, noted having a single metal gauntlet. Seemed to be a feminine figure with very light hair and pale skin. The ones who got close enough to listen marked a strange accent on her. And she had some sort of symbol under her cloak on her chest. She also seemed to have something hanging from her neck, almost like a holy symbol, but they weren't able to make out what it was.
That's not good.
Report says 3 watchers attempted to follow. Contact was lost. The remaining team members pulled back. And that concludes his 5. You would also note that this Daxum Bolten looked like a tall figure clad in full leathers with a sort of plague doctor helmet.
Oh,
All white leather, even, which really stood out against the dark exterior.
does that description sound familiar
It
to
should.
us?
It should.
Yeah. Sounds like the guy we saw in the fucking cave
Sure does.
underwater.
Mm-hmm.
And Daryl, are you reading this out to us?
Yeah, she's reading this out loud.
Where is that rat?
Currently
I don't know.
at the base.
We need to find him. He needs to know.
That sounds like the doctor.
Yeah.
Oof.
And Cairn, if
That
he's here,
can't be good.
Yeah.
you you heard me, right, Pyro?
I can't. I'm sorry.
So when did I lose you? At the part where
I heard the some specialists or some parts.
So Bolton was buying Dampiers at an
Right.
increased rate to go and trade them to somebody who was processing them into some sort of material
Yeah,
that
I
he
got
was
that
getting.
part.
The person he was trading them off to was a tall figure, clad in many cloths, feminine, light hair, very pale skin, a single metal gauntlet, and some sort of hanging necklace that seemed like a holy symbol, but I couldn't make it out. And when 3 people went to go follow them, contact was lost, and they pulled back. This should sound very familiar to Karen.
Is that the bitch that confronted you in the street?
Likely, or her superior.
It is
Could I
an
make a
exact
check?
description
Yeah.
of how you would think of her.
Shit.
What?
That's the one that's been that was tailing me at first.
And
Oh, we are very fucked.
And now the party knows that the Doctor of Blades has a tie to the Casturgian vampires here on Leotard. But nobody
Metric
knows what this material he was getting was. And I'll describe it again for you, Pyro. It is about the size of a briefcase, and they seem to tally up a ratio. They counted how many Dampiers they were getting, and then double-checked the case for how many things were in there before handing it over.
So it was a number of items, not an amount.
Correct. There was a ratio being tallied up, saying, I got this many, okay, you get that many.
Right then.
Then a handshake, seemingly amicable, and then parting ways as the Doctor took his case into his facility, and the vampire.
Wouldn't happen to have a location for that, would you?
They have a vague area.
Aaron,
Yeah.
do you know of what this substance might be?
Substance. I have a guess, but I don't think this would be a Dampier, especially if not ones that aren't native to Casturg.
What?
No. Does it say that they're gathered from around here or around
They were all gathered from Galazorn.
Okay, so I doubt it.
And your mind does harken back to the one you encountered. You caught him snatching up somebody. You had
A
assumed
dampier.
just for a late night snack. But now you've got a different angle that you're viewing this memory in.
Uh-huh.
What if it was just some additional recruiting?
What do you doubt it was?
What makes Kasturgan vampires special, away from the regular genus, is that their nobility attains some sort of blood-like substance that, according to them, harkens from their empress or some material that elevates them above the base norm, lets them defy the normal rules vampires are.
Bound to.
Like sunlight or increased vitality and strength. It pretty much makes them each and every one an apex vampire. That's why the nobility haven't been dethroned. But that's impossible. The Dhampir around here would have no ties back to a different entire genus of vampire.
But that could be what the Doctor of Blades has to do with it, if he can do some sort of experiment to make it work.
I almost sneeze. Thank God the recording can't catch that shit.
Let's
So, where is I? My
So
brain
this
kind
is
of-
it was something about I had suggested could the Doctor of Blades be doing some sort of experiment to make it work?
This is an entire planetary section. I imagine they have their own doctors and scientists or clergymen. I don't. How good is this? But Doctor of Blades.
You would know this is
Enough to make Dabrat very afraid.
Mm-hmm.
You also know that he is a mind flayer, and Fergus/Zankiri can tell you all that he knows about those creatures.
Zankiri, compared to your average entity, how intelligent are mind flayers? I'm not familiar. Aside from the name.
The average mind flayer? Oh, the average GAC?
Yeah.
Gak?
Like, just slur for them.
Most likely.
It's the gift name for them. The term illithid just means it's illithid is the Underdark words for mind flayer or mind ruler. It's not their actual name.
Right.
The GAC, yes. I would say each one of the average of them is probably about halfway between Silver and myself.
I raise my eyebrow. Now, do they typically work alone?
No. Colonies.
So if this one is working on its own, does it mean it's above average in any way?
Probably means it's an arcanist.
What does that mean?
The GAC, they don't like magic. They prefer psionics. They see magic as dirty. Occasionally, though, you'll get one with an interest in it who will get cast out by that colony, delve deep into the arcanum, and become more powerful than normal. All the way up until including an Alhoon. Equivalent to the Illithid Lich.
Oh!
Oh dear.
They're not common. Not at all. At least they shouldn't be, as Zankiri remembers. This isn't his world.
Stares at
"Hmm."
God in consternation.
Like, I need to talk to the Legion about how well they've been doing things here. But still,
The king in yellow. That
GAC spellcasters are incredibly uncommon. But they do tend to be rather versed in,
skilled.
what can I say? Extreme intelligence lends itself well to arcane mastery.
So we have seen.
So a pseudifiably strong one
I would say
is a viable threat. I see.
yes.
No statements. Unlucky.
I had to put it in terms you might understand.
Let's here we go. Let's equivalent it to this.
They're about as strong as a Githyanki knight.
Karen's eyes close, and the sound of grinding metal runs along. Right. You're the first Githyanki I've met ever, but I think I get the gist. It's very dangerous, and they're very intelligent.
Very.
I mean, maybe that's what they needed, because if they can synthesize that, that means vampires, if they spread that.
Exactly.
You ever fought a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
No.
No.
But I have punched a saber-toothed tiger.
Hydra.
No.
No.
Skaldar.
Gesundheit.
Canoloth.
Cringe.
I'm
very...
Corpse Flower.
I think that they ate a cousin of mine.
Okay, imagine if you gave a frost giant intelligence and spellcasting.
Shit.
Oh,
there we
dear.
go. Now you're speaking my language.
Like, on that list is like, fuck it, I know you've seen this one.
By the way, an important thing I forgot to mention, the reason he paid for an attack is to drive the Dampier population more towards the Galazorn and make Moonwatch seem like an unsafe avenue to go to keep people from fleeing from the hysteria that had begun to swarm about the city. It was all to just try and keep the source population abundant.
If they're attempting to harvest their vampiric halves, that can't bode well in any regard.
Karen, I've just had an idea.
I don't know how to feel about that.
The thing that makes the Castergians unusual is that they have resistances to the normal vampiric properties.
According to the propaganda, it comes from some sort of, what is it? Some sort of sap?
Divine Ichor.
Connor? Divine Ichor, they call it.
Yeah,
Guarded fiercely by the Empress.
Yeah, propaganda.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is Dampiers do not have the weaknesses due to their half-breed nature, yes?
That is the norm.
No.
So, if you were to, say, round up legions of Dampier made on one world and feed them to the vampires of another, transfusions, empowerments, arcane rituals.
Oh dear God.
Those make some good shock strips with them there. Or insurgents.
Or you could bleed out the weaknesses in your flesh.
There are some difficulties with that. That would entail breaking their purity, because they do not view the Dampier very highly for their half-breed nature.
But of course they're not impure beings feasting on the Dampier. They're taking this divine ichor guarded by their ruler. An unknown substance held secret to all but the greatest of them, yes?
Yes.
So where does it come from?
They keep it secret as to not disrupt their sense of power.
You also, as a
Which means it
reminder,
could come from anywhere.
Shit.
I'd also like to remind you all you have some.
So
We
what?
do?
In the bag of holding, you sell these small ruby-like gems in the skeleton with the
Oh,
vampire.
fuck right.
That's still in the bag.
We need to...
Huh.
Yes, the crystallized essence of this vampire. That is, in fact...
And you did
Of course.
identify it as the
Divine.
ichor.
Right. Karen just starts as you're describing it, and I point at Daryl's bag of holding. If you want to see a sample, we do still have that along with the vambrace puncture dagger.
Well, we seem to have quite a bit to do at the moment. Why don't we head home?
Yes, this
Get to work.
seems
Wise.
nice.
I need to check something.
The Emperor... Just a lone surviving pink frog jumps down and hits Karen in the head. From eons away. The real question is, what does Karen fear more now, the vampire or the vampire empress, or fucking Zenkiri Talagath?
Well, should be the latter, I think.
Yeah. You think
Because the vampire empress hasn't chased you down a hallway.
Yeah, that's more of an existential dread that's deep in his bones. That's why I'm trying to weight what's higher. He's actually seen a superpowered Zenkiri bum rushing him.
You also cannot forget the feeling of having him make that wish.
Yeah. Oh right. I've never been in the presence of a ninth level spell before.
Not even that, but the strongest one that exists. Just this supernova magic.
Yeah. Now, if I remember correctly, I think that's one of the ways you can mesh about being a chaos sorcerer. Maybe I need to get some charisma. It says high level magic in the description. I'm just preempting my case in case Karen gets 2 more charisma at one point. And I go, there was that one time you really almost fucked me. Give me a little. For no reason. God. I'm never multiclassing 2 full casters ever again. Ever.
With 2 different casting abilities, yeah.
No, I make an exception for warlocks because they're separate, but
they're not
never
full casters.
again.
They get extra.
They are
Yeah,
full
no,
casters.
In their own way. Yeah,
Their own spell
they're very tertiary. So yeah, I make an exception for them as casters. I've done this dumbassery with clerics and druids before. It did not end well. Well, technically, we don't know that. We kind of stopped.
So, we are about 20 minutes shy of normally when I start to wrap it, I think.
Yeah.
That's a first. Usually runs in a fucking 12 a.m.
I mean, we can keep going. I'm checking.
Yeah.
Well, we can end it off. We can end it off on you turning on the animate dead generator and just seeing his numbers rise.
It is ready when you won't get back there, so we can keep going for a bit.
How many
We need
corpses
to
do you
find
have?
that rat.
Well, we just got 24 new ones from underground.
So
and we've had a lot.
As we're leaving the governess's place, Dunkiri's going to stop everyone outside of the small store. Something that'll carry a blank book.
Mm-hmm.
An idea occurs to me.
Yes.
We're about to set a very wide-reaching spell over our fort.
Yes.
And the population of Moonwatch has been recently infected with a rather powerful curse. Most likely rampaging through their population at the moment.
That's
Right.
correct.
What's your suggestion?
Simple. The spells can be changed inside. Why don't we set out some flyers? Zonkiri saying as he's like buying this book. Let anyone know that if they visit humble keep in, say, before the next new moon, that they will be relieved of their curses. Unless, of course, you all think it would be better.
I gotta be right back. Someone's yelling.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Unless you think it would be better to wait for whatever solutions Moonwatch might come up with. You could have it ready by tomorrow. Flyers spread out. He's saying as he's like casting a spell into the book.
In the dark of the night.
Why?
My what?
I'm not opposed to curing the ill. That's kind of my MO.
I am not either. But I feel as though there is more you have to say.
Why? He's been very clear about his motives.
Have I not made it simple? This is where we work. It is where we live. It is ours to set our roots into. It would not do well for it to suffer such unfortunateness for long, and a rather simple, easy solution makes itself apparent to us, does it not?
Yeah. If anything, I have ulterior motives. I'd rather not have the bad blood of lycanthropy, given I am now of that same ilk. I don't want to catch flack for that. Getting it solved post haste would be, well, our PR is only as far as like 2 people in Commander now. What if we just this would put a lot of goodwill towards us as a group as well.
Do we have need of that?
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't anyone want to look good in the eyes of people who could easily rage pitchforks and living hell for us? Granted, that'll just be more quotes for Zinkiri, but I don't. I'd rather not.
We believe Zonkiri's reasoning makes perfect sense. To have the citizens of Moonwatch in disarray over any sort of issue may cause us to be dealing with distractions.
Not to mention, if Moonwatch thrives, that means there's less of a chance for any of the other city-states who are heavily in the negative toward us as a region. It'd be better if we weren't in a very disarray.
Besides,
I find no fault here. I have no objections.
Yeah.
Besides, does one really need such an ulterior motive to do a good thing?
Can I just for the shits of it? I know me and Katira have good passives. Can we look at his shadow? Is it just like rubbing its hands together?
I will allow a deception versus insight check, but I'm going to leave the interpretation of it up entirely to
Wait,
Zonkiri.
what has happened?
Comedy.
Zonkiri is saying,
Continue to be like, why? What's wrong? We live and work here. It's fine.
We do live in a society, don't we?
Claimed, does someone need an ulterior motive to do a good thing? And Zonkiri's entire reason for doing good things is an ulterior motive. But
I would just like to point out this is the look on Zonkiri's face right now.
It better be that fucking Grinch grin. It better be the oh.
Sir, this
close
isn't
enough.
helping your case.
Yeah.
This is not helping your case.
Let's see here.
Well, you know,
had a terrible, awful
Zonkiri,
idea.
known humanitarian, always does the good thing.
Zinkiri is a necromancer of the people. I will reinstate that motion right here.
It's just gonna turn to Andariel. Don't both good and bad decisions require motives?
So I'll leave that entirely up to Fergus to describe
Generally
what they
speaking,
pick up on.
Yes.
given that he is fairly good at keeping things close to the chest, and this isn't mind reading,
Got a 4.
It's a vibe check.
I would suggest some cues that might give them some hesitation that they might pick up on. But otherwise, I'm leaving it entirely up to him to.
Do you actually
I love the
have
fact that
ulterior
Zenkiri doesn't
motives?
smile.
Because if you really don't
He's
have an
doing
ulterior
that.
motive other than, like, maybe destabilizing the governess, like, if there's not an actual evil plan here, that's what Katira is trying to pick up on.
See,
So I will say that anybody that got above a 5 can probably easily tell that, yeah, this is a load of bullshit.
see, the thing is, I don't know if I speak
Okay,
for,
so-
for my fellow goblins,
Yeah,
but
I missed
Karen,
the explanation.
Karen knows which side his toast is buttered on.
And Daryl's gonna look at Zankiri and goes,
Oh,
"Okay,
hold on,
now that
hold-
we've heard."
Hang on. Hang on.
Hold on. Anybody who got over a 5 knows it's complete bullshit. Anyone who got over a 10 would know that Zankir really only does good things for bad reasons.
Yeah, but those bad reasons usually benefit Karen, so he's gonna let this one go.
He's gonna get
So-
paid off.
Odds are, he's doing this to either enrich himself or spite someone else. Anyone with above a 15 would know that he doesn't really particularly enjoy doing good things to help himself. Odds are it's probably more he's doing this because somebody has irritated him greatly recently. Someone who
Again, I know which side. Go ahead, goddamn.
someone who probably told him no recently, because Zankiri doesn't like hearing no.
Morgana will step forward. Do we suggest
I got-
visiting the slums then?
I got one last degree of success.
Oh,
Anyone who got above an 18 will remember that while everyone else was looking through the notes, he went to go have a private conversation with the governess and came back looking irritated.
Katira, clocking that, looks at you and goes, "Would you like to share the inspiration for this with us?"
It was an idea I had, thinking about the different spells we could put in the globe.
And the impetus behind this particular decision?
To help others? What decision are you referring to?
She kind of smirked. Actually smirked. It is rare that I see you look this way. But I have seen it. And I have an idea. But if you believe this will not backfire and make more trouble for us than it is worth, then I have no objection.
Alrighty.
Oh, I do believe we'll always come out on top.
She looks over to Andariel, who she knows also has a sharp eye.
I know why you're doing this.
Oh?
It doesn't change the fact that you are doing a good thing. And I will accept your PR stunt for the time being.
Well then, why don't we take a load off the governess's back?
There it is.
And he'll hold up the book and just rip the spine off of it, and it's just page after page after page I just saw it. The Major.
I love Vaughn.
It's just got page after page of just notes of, nearby Fort Nix have been requested to assist in curing those afflicted with lycanthropy during the recent attack at Moonwatch. Hold on, I need to delete that part. Any and all under the governess's care. Any and all of those under...
Jurisdiction?
No. Any and all under the generous Governess Cromwell's care and charge, who desire to ensure that they have not been inflicted or to cure their affliction, may visit Fort Nix to the south. We are to the south, right?
Yeah.
West.
Southwest?
Yeah.
We are on her border.
South by southwest, yeah.
Until the night of the next new moon for treatment, which I checked with Connor is about 2 weeks from now.
Okay, that's a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
That's when they shape the first time and they're different curable, right?
That's the full moon.
Oh.
It's not that they're incurable, it's just that's when they lose control.
Right.
Possibly.
If their alignments don't match, yes, that's when they would go a little bit feral and might infect more people on the rampage.
So
on a full moon.
I think what we really need to get going now is also an arts and crafts project, as we need to make a billboard that says Zankiri for mayor.
Governess is
I don't believe there is a position of
I would
mayor
like to point out, technically, the history of Moonwatch you will know, technically the governor position is electable, but...
Oh, no!
Oh, God.
Cromwell has had it for so long, people don't even bother going to put up the votes anymore, and she just stays in power because they don't want they trust her enough that they keep her.
That's some Parks and Recreation bullshit right there.
I mean, read the note. He attributes it greatly to the generous Governess Cromwell's.
The humanitarian.
But technically, you could put your name in on the ballot for the election bid, but you probably have to remind people that there's an election happening.
Look, all I know is that
you still have the right to vote.
The necromantic city state it has already endorsed you. Probake loves you, so
out of character. This is just a bit of I offered to help you with this in a generous way. Yeah. You bit my hand.
I'm going to force feed you.
So fuck you.
Don't fight the hand that beats. Especially if it's holding a knife.
Don't bite the crawling claw that feeds you.
Please, let him finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Presuming.
So, here's what you wanted. But let's be clear. Don't do this again.
It's going to be fun this week thinking of what her response is going to be. Because these flyers, I'm assuming you're ripping spine and tossing them to the wind to be thematically scattered across the city.
Essentially, yeah. Just, I was checking to see if I had Skywrite so I could do this, but I don't. So I went with a illusory script, just flyers all throughout the slums, the towns, and it is...
DM Wind picks up and scatters in the weirdest pattern you've ever seen to scatter it where everyone can find it.
Yeah, and here's the fun fact about illusory script. You can choose who can see the script.
She's just gonna see blank pieces of paper?
No, because what's actually written there is what is on the note. The illusion that is written there that's covering all of them is something only she can see. Which is you're welcome, Zonkiri.
Yeah,
I'm picturing black ink to everyone else, but then hers is like a red or a purple ink just over top of it.
She puts on her 3D glasses.
You know, above character.
No.
Yep.
I hope our partnership continues to be beneficial. No, I hope our relationship continues to be beneficial.
Goddamn.
Well, Zonkiri.
Right.
Above board, one way to stop the dragon from getting what he wants is to stop conflict. And you know another way to stop conflict is to just win without fighting.
It's to just
I,
not fight.
I think I found the B route for the
In
dragon
2
storyline.
months, when you all are living in the top of a lich's tower and go, hang on, how did we get here? I want you to look back at this moment.
Look, I she might be higher leveled, but I know I've been sitting next to this guy, and I've seen him at his literal peak. Literal peak.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So that's what Karen assumes. Karen assumes Talagath is your maximum potential.
Connor.
Mm-hmm.
She asked Zonkiri to do it.
She did. But she also, above board, knows what testing one's boundaries are. I feel like there's a
She
specific
drew a line in the
phrase.
sand. She wanted to see if you'd cross it.
Specifically, I think there's a name for it. Like when you're interacting with somebody and they do something specifically to see how you'll react to being like it's a thing where people will test you. I think it's a form of gaslighting or emotional manipulation or something.
Yeah.
They're trying to test and see how you respond to a challenge to see how they can
I think she's
manipulate you in the
underestimating
future to see if you will crumble, and if you do, then they know they can get to you.
Karen is already sewing her new uniforms.
Well, I think she just found out Zonkiri bites back.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
And I
so
cannot
Karen,
wait to think over this week what her response is going to be. I'm going to be looking at
So-
my NPC sheets, thinking, how do I fix this? How does quote
can.
she fix this? Quote,
So
unquote.
Zinkiri, do you prefer a skull and crossbones or a bat skull and crossbones?
To be
As a
fair-
60
To be fair, she does have the out of most of the people Zonkiri's interacted with, she does have the best set of information in that she knows what he's like completely, like, I don't want to say docile, but like left to his devices and capitulated to. And it works out well for her.
Yeah.
Again, it's literally set him up on the border, let him live in his laboratory, and don't fuck with this sign here. That's all he wants.
Do what he asks.
I just want to sit here and feed my birds.
Yeah, but the birds are skeletons. Live. They can't eat.
It's the John Mulaney bit.
I live. I know.
But
Do you?
on the other hand, she's also seen what it's like to
Cross
not,
him.
to cross him. And
It's a spectrum of, okay, he's good docile, but I can't just let him act up without repercussions, or he'll think that I'll never try and rein him in.
This is the lightest, like the most existential flick to the nose.
It's like
you could give her.
she has to come up with an acceptable punishment, quote unquote, for trying to act out. Something that still says don't do this enough to where it doesn't upset him, but still gives some sort of semblance that that makes it look like she believes she still has power over him.
Huh.
If that makes sense.
Does she
It's a-
believe she still has power over
It's
him?
a whole series of smoke and mirrors that she's got to come up with an elaborate illusion to, one,
She
keep the public
has-
happy, and keep Zonkiri from thinking that he's just going to coup her.
Thing is, we can't. We have no real need or want to outright dethrone her. It's just she has way more infrastructure than Zinkiria does. This is just a careful now.
Yeah.
Careful.
This is fuckery.
This is him playing around.
Yeah.
so you know the that trope where like the evil overlord has like the monster on the chain.
Mhm.
Yeah. Don't yank the chain.
She might want to be very careful as to whether or not she thinks that chain is actually there. She wants to slap
This is
them
about to be the bit in the end of Thor Ragnarok. You can't defeat me. I know. But he can.
Like I said, she can't just like roll up and like brute force beat you at this, because that would be problematic for her.
Yeah. And
She's
she
got
better.
to
But there,
committed some grievances against her. She's got to give you a little warning before she can denounce you.
there's somewhere between doing nothing and doing the most to just like boldface contradict you, that there exists a solution where she gets what she wants and doesn't offend you more somewhere, but she has to find a way to do that with all these other factors she has to balance. It doesn't help that there's people already rioting against her, and you're pitching a thing that would make her look good, so going against it would be look really bad. You've set up.
Yeah, that's why he gave her the offer.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
And he was willing to fully attribute it to her.
it's a really
Look at
honestly. I know I'm eating a little bit of session time saying this, but you had
you're
her
fine.
until you asked for another favor as opposed to payment. Like the way you'd said it and the way you all have, like.
Okay, hold on, Connor. That might be a linguistic misunderstanding between you and me. When he said curry, he wasn't talking about a favor. He was just talking to curry favor. Doesn't mean to like get a favor. It just means to.
Yeah, that's like getting good reputation.
I misheard you. I thought you were asking for a future favor.
No, to curry favor between the two of them would mean to build up their good relationship.
See,
That's what the 10 does. That's what the 10.
See, that's what
the 10
Connor's
caused.
hearing problem does.
That's the confusion that the 10 caused.
No,
Let's get to that.
all he was asking for was some payment, and when she was like, why would I want to do this? Well, payment, and we've got a good relationship. I want to keep it a good relationship. That's why he's taking her going, no, you're just going to do this for me, as a slap in the face.
Oh, see, she was saying, I'll give you the funds to switch it over, and I appreciate doing this. But she did also
I like this play better.
She had said that because Connor heard, we'll do this for a favor in kind, and she was saying, no, I think this is the continuation of a deal we've already worked on. I feel it's fair that we continue down that. Instead of, let's do this and just get a little bit closer.
Yeah, no, he was going at it on a mutual term, and then when she changed it to a, no, you owe me term, that's what irritated him.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, we're here now.
Story would be a little better. It's
This
a
makes
little
it
more
interesting.
tense. Yeah, I like. It doesn't always have to go Zenkiri's way completely. This makes it a little more spicy.
I will say, Connor, that is an epiphany you can have her have as she goes, like she's going through the conversation again and again. She goes, oh, that's not what he meant.
Yeah, it is 100% going to be that she misheard you and thought you were asking for a favor in kind and has
I've made an enemy.
Not an enemy.
Not
More
yet.
of just pissed him off.
You've been reminded that, yeah.
She will ultimately decide, well, this may not be the most perfect timing, but I do now have to come up with some sort of response here. Because it is now set up that it's going to be tone setting for relationships going on, depending on how she responds.
Politics.
Yeah. You've committed one of the classic blunders.
I mean, honestly,
And most well known is this: never go in against a land war in Asia.
I won't say it now to spoil anything, but Connor, there is a very easy out she has that I think you're missing that I'll let you know afterward.
I mean,
based on her, just I'm assuming she has a fairly decent bonus to insight.
Yeah, I think it's one of her big proficiencies, actually. No, it's definitely Arcana and History. But
okay, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, DM brain in the session is very different than out of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Silver, I put something in the chat for you because I haven't been able to talk for a while.
Oh. So
don't take it that way. This has been very entertaining.
Cutting over to Crowbeak as Morgana slips away with Silver.
Well, if he accepts it.
Picks up Silver against his will. Damn. Shane.
Drags the full armor.
No movement, no racials, no fucks given.
No movement speed, no
I'm inviting you. Come with me.
Read the chat real quick. No racials, no move speed, no turn.
Don't even get to RP on my own.
No RP.
No bitches.
Plus L.
So you're asking
if Silver wants to come either participate in learning about the creation of mechanical parts of this new weapon, and then later, or well, she is also on the way there going to ask you if you wanted to maybe come with her to Aetherfort to go to the Artificer Guild to get
Ooh.
reprogrammed.
Reprogrammed.
Yep. Something Connor mentioned to me is I can spend a shitload of gold to get a feat reprogrammed.
Yeah. Essentially, like, I've made it a service in my game. Like, if you were a sorcerer with spells known, you're like, man, I really chose
right,
some
you
shitty
did-
ones.
You
can dump some
made
money and
one
get fixed.
for.
And
I
so-
remember that when I was at Agate.
Yeah. And so this is just the flavor of like that. I want to respect my character, and it just costs a lot of money. This is the flavor of a Warforged going, yeah, I just gotta go get reprogrammed to swap up my stuff. It's the same way if you were like a Chaos Sorcerer, you would go to a Mystic who like realigned your chakras or something. It's just an in-game method of
okay.
respecting some stuff. So, I mean, we've got time in session if you want to go to Aetherfort.
Oh, Crowbeak first.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
said she would help me make the weapon.
You open it up, and she kind of belligerently just, what? How many more customers can get? Oh, never mind. Hello.
Greetings, Crowbeak. We had discussed creation of a weapon.
She thinks, ah, yes. Have you got the
Is it
money?
a list-slaying weapon?
Pouch of or well, it would be for 1,100. That would be 550 platinum.
Yeah.
No, 11,000. So it would be 1,050. Or no, what the hell's wrong with me?
Is it? Are you not?
It was 11,000 gold for each one, right?
I think so.
So 1,100. I'm just smoking crack. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yes,
1,100.
1,100 platinum. He holds that up.
And this was the cost for both of them because I rolled them into one price point.
The one price point is 22,000.
Is that? Are you sure that you rolled 22,000 for your?
Yes.
Both of them. I rolled 11,000 for each, which is why I was
No.
so...
No, Shane. What I said when you rolled that is that price, your 11,000, was for the set of the two of them. I know I've said this multiple times. The universe does not want to get me to share the message that I'm giving you to you cheaper. I had said that 11,000 was the... I was nice. I was like, damn, this kind of sucks for him.
Okay.
This
Well,
is the...
if I'm getting both of them, then I really need that reprogramming.
Yeah. So it's the 1,100 platinum for the both of them, because I felt like an absolute dick charging you 22,000 gold pieces. And I was like, okay, this is a little bit more, while still making it funny that he has to pay so much. That's literally more than Dad had to pay for his soul.
A small price to pay for Doom Theme.
Like, compare the price points there. I was like, okay, this may be a little bit much. But one rat soul versus 2 chainsaw blades. I mean...
Alright, you wanted to get chromed.
Everything is cool.
You're going cyberpunk on us.
Morgana wants basically flame tongues flavored to slashing that are also arm blades, which are for Warforged that they can retract their weapons into their arms.
Exactly. She is going to ask for you to sit down. It has been a minute since she's worked with technological people, so she's going to have to go get her handbook and her tools.
That's why she wanted Silver to be here, so he can participate and learn from it. And same with Endari. Maybe not as much participate, but learn.
Okay.
I'll probably be there for maintenance.
You all are sat on either side of Morgana as she has her hands palm side up on the table as per Korbeek's request. She waddles out with a toolbox and a small dusty manual that she blows some dust off of. All right. This might... Do anesthetics work on you? Are you enough biological that the pain dampeners work?
Hold on. Let me look at my my percent biological.
is probably low. 10%.
I'll just up the dosage. I'm sure it'll be fine. And she takes a fucking glob of some sort of cream and rubs it on each arm. Alright. And there are literally just like clumps of this cream at your elbow joint. Now, to make this work, I have to see how your specific inner workings and circuitries work at the wrist area. So, don't freak out. And she takes a scalpel and starts to slice long ways open your forearm.
She's just watching.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw, or Wisdom saving throw, sorry, as you are watching your arm be sliced open. Because though the pain cream is kicked in, it is still a bit, your system's still going a bit fucking nuts. That, like, hey, we're being opened up. Why don't we feel it?
That's not very
Violence
good.
Protocol keeps trying to proc. In so much that Andariel and Tristan, or Silver, you start to see the purple flashes in her like LED strips on her arms. As it's trying to proc, denied, trying to proc, denied, trying to proc, denied. And the hand she's not working on is starting to clench. And there we go. As she opens it up.
Daryl will slide in behind her, wrap her arms around her waist, and just kind of start talking to her calmly in her ear.
Very good, very good. You start to notice the purple starting to die down. The overwhelming comfort is starting to dull out the violence aspect. Interesting. You have like a fluid. So she has like a full-on like Dumbledore in the first Harry Potter, like big old half-moon glasses. So you've got these ducts. I mean, they're not quite blood, but they're like these pouches of some sort of conductive fluid. Here, let me just. She goes and draws up a little sample out of a dirty syringe. I'm sure that's probably fine. And you look and it is a glowy green liquid that sloshes back and forth. The same color as the like LED strips. It's not quite blood. There's something about it. We'll come back to that. She sets it on the side of the
Hey, we
table.
request to have a sample of it.
I mean, it's your blood. Yeah, or, well, not blood, but sure. I just want to look at it in a minute. And she continues to go over and kind of just look at it. And you see the vial starts to roll towards the edge of the table until it falls off. And as it shatters on the ground, you look over to where it fell. Shit! And you see budding out of the ground like a full bouquet of flowers appears.
That's from the green.
What your quote blood?
Is Morgana restrained or anything?
No, you just have your hands on the table.
He's gonna look down and grab one of them.
You pluck a flower out.
Is there anything about it? Just gonna look it over.
You kind of like brush it against your face to feel it because you kind of have one arm that's cut open that you don't really want to move in case it does something. You like brush it against your face and it's soft. You look at it. It smells like a fresh flower. It seems like it's a flower native to the area. Like you see some, you feel like you've seen this kind of plant around, hanging from people's porches and whatnot. It seems native. It seems mostly mundane. It doesn't seem like it's a magical reagent. But you see
Turn towards Zandario and hold it out to her.
And Dario will look at it and try and identify what kind of flower it is, and any type of race she's ever heard of that blood would cause something like this to happen.
Give me a just general nature check then.
Oh, nature. Awesome.
I mean, it is... Like, I'd like to identify the flower. There's not much other than nature.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah.
+4.
Oh, you dropped
+4. So
Yes.
18.
18.
So, starting with the flower, it just seems to be a mundane, almost is shaped like a bluebell, and the stem goes up and like dips over a bit, and it's got this like deep purple kind of bud, and it's got these like blue, like pollens. What are they called? pistil? No, the
Damon?
stamen. Thank you. I did so bad in the plant part of biology. It seems mostly mundane. You remember seeing some of these are actually growing outside of Crowbeak's shop, and you look over at some of the others. You actually catch Crowbeak go, ooh, and she snatches a small bulb of nightshade out of it and like just tucks it into her shoe.
Profit at every corner, yes.
Literally. You're thinking back to a menagerie book that you knew when working with Abther. Just general magical beings that you were told to keep a lookout on, things of value of them. Stuff like dragon scales, eye of a gorgon, stuff like that. But one of the things that you remember is, with an 18, blood of a dryad. Gets you a little bit caught. A creature whose body could be used to speed up and enhance natural processes. Corrupted dryads would enhance rot. Normal ones would speed up the life. They had some ties to Seelie and Unseelie.
I think that was useless, but
And that's about as much as you remember. Just dryad is as close as you get with an 18. Is the one that comes to your mind. You also get the idea there may be some other like minor fae stuff, but
Okay.
you've got weird blood. Or weird not blood, I should say.
Yes.
Huh.
She'll put
She'll
the
take-
flower in her hand or in Dario's hair.
Thank you.
Does she? How is Morgana handling this feeling of like blood stuff? Is she
Getting-
still anxious like before?
For blood stuff?
Like the 8 before, where she was getting anxious and worked up. Has that subsided, or is she still worked up a bit?
She'll be much better about it now that she's not actively being cut
Let me-
and Dario calmed her down.
Let me ask it this way: as she goes back into work, does the violence protocol urge continue to flash?
No.
No? Okay. Kirby continues to examine the rest of your arm until she gets a schematic sketched out. And she stitches you back up, at first using staples, before realizing, I don't think this is what it's for. And if I may, you may want your artificer to finish closing this up. As you, Silver, sat there watching her just manhandle a piece of machinery and just cringing on the inside, like nails into your chair. Just
I am only observing. I am not going to. Why is she doing that?
Morgana will turn to Silver in the chair,
Opinion.
kind of look over the whole thing. Silver, do you wish to say something?
I'm good. I'm good.
it's the equivalent of somebody taking like a stock bottle of chemicals and going, "Yeah, I didn't use this. I'll just pour it back in. I'm sure it's fine." Because that sort of thing, just like, no, please stop. You're wasting.
Morgana will overlook the hack job.
You get mostly stapled up before your
Yeah.
system starts to regenerate it close. You do see a slight flash of green light as it starts to reseal itself. Alright, well, give me, I don't know, I think about a day. I should be able to, well, a day each, and I'll be able to crank these out. Here, I improved the previous, slipping back into the Zonkiri for like the 5th time. Give me about a day each, and I improved my double-sided bag design. And she drops a little baggie. It's like the size of like, those rocks at like tourist attractions, the like velvet pouches.
Yes.
It's basically one of those that has like a Crowbeak's logo on it, and they have like a blue top with a number on them. You see, she has one with a red top and a corresponding number that she sets aside on a little rack. I'm organizing for order delivery. So I'll pass it through this side. She puts her hand in one of the bags, and it comes out the one in your hand, and I'll hand it to you. Pulls it out. Now don't go off planet, or they could invert and pull you into another plane. Still working out that part.
Refrain.
Or if you do, just like set the bag somewhere I can shove it out the other side and it'll be there. Yeah. Also, I can't pull them through like I did last time. That was a trade-off. So do give these back when you get it. Thumbs up.
Nods.
All right, I gotta go finish training my new sister. Actually, would you mind if I showed her how to? Never mind. I'm gonna show her anyway. Thank you for your business.
Hello. Let's see if Morgana's curious about that one. I guess wisdom for curiosity.
You see that there is notably another person in the back now.
Look towards Crowbeak.
Crowbeak, did you just cut her fucking arm open? What?
Drow priestess of debts and revenge. Alright, I got you your holy symbol of your weird ass god. It really is something we're gonna have to work on. I don't know if I can tolerate godship. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Anyway,
That's religious discrimination.
Yeah, don't sue me. Anyway, I'm going to show you how to enchant items. Come here. I know how to enchant items. And what are you sitting around for? What am I training you on? And you just watch, like, Crowbeak level communication with a new coven member go on.
Well, back out of the door slowly.
I don't want to be here.
You do see the Drow priestess just goes, I mean, these look like interesting designs. Does it have to be so gory? Yes, that's my brand! Doors close.
Look down at the hack job again. We believe our maintenance will take care of this.
A staple pops out as your arm's already restitching itself. Your system comes up with like nanobot sewing. Just
So was it only Morgana that
Nanomachines,
know about that person? Or did we all see it?
You all saw it. I mean, you all can kind of piece together like, Crowbeak's got a new coven member? That's weird. It would take probably an insight check to piece together. Did she say priestess? And I think I saw she was a drow. And oh my god, is that the lady from the underground?
I'm pretty sure Andariel's smart enough to figure that out.
Probably. It's not a huge leap of logic.
Morgana doesn't care.
I'm like,
didn't Dad tell us that he had to get people?
Yes,
I don't
did.
think
But he definitely did not tell you that he took her already.
Oh, okay.
He did not tell us that, but he did tell us
did
that he
not
needed
tell
to
us.
bring her people.
Yeah.
I think I have to report this to my dad.
The priestess.
Mostly Crowbeak. I think it's a violation of her parole.
Hmm.
I mean,
No, officer, this is locally sourced.
Since Crowbeak has given
another
us the
day, I
bag,
guess.
Non-GMO cultist.
we have no reason to withhold our travel to Aetherfort.
And you have Beatrice and Clyde ready to go, taken care of by your groundskeepers.
Yeah.
So
Andariel stayed in the city.
waiting. Oh, you did not go back. Oh,
No, she got an inn and stayed in the city, and she invited Morgana to stay with her.
I was going to assume Morgana stayed in the city with Andariel.
Morgana had no opposition.
How fancy of a room do you spring for on this little staycation?
As fancy as she can find.
You find like a full-on like every other like there's like enchanted appliances. There's like an always full.
How much does it cost me? She's staying there for 3 days.
It's gonna be 10 gold a night for the fanciest you can get.
All right.
And you have the absolute luxury suite. They've got a mediocre meal plan included, but it's like one of those where like they also advertise the really nice stuff that's an extra surcharge to try and get you to continue to buy. Like you get like a free on tap beer package, but like you can pay for wine, like full on trying to like EA you out of your money. But
As Andariel's getting the most expensive rune known to Moonwatch, Morgana will go up to Silver. We hope that you were able to learn something.
Yeah,
Were you able to draw sketches of your own?
I think I could help at least maintain that.
I just Googled it. Shout out to you.
Midlight lady, I'm gonna refrain from doing that for now. But
Okay.
we know that you are interested in machinery, so we believe that seeing more of our internal workings would be beneficial.
Yeah. I'll see what I can do about it, but it's probably just more to help you out, if nothing else.
We appreciate it. She'll kind of just awkwardly stand there,
Yeah.
and then
And
she'll look up at you. What do you know about shield guardians?
Nothing. Actually, do I have to roll for that?
I think you already rolled. I think you know of them, but you've never. I feel like your aunt has something similar. Just like you know, it's like a defensive automaton of some sort, just like a fairly high grade one. You actually saw one already. The Abjurer had one when you met
Right.
up, or well,
I
keyword
think
had one because
I
it was
think
dismantled.
that was where I did my thing. I mean, I know of it, but not that much on it. I was more of a helping fixing up
Right.
engines and all that stuff.
It would be
The
like something
side,
that you noticed, like, oh yeah, they're like guards who watch to make sure people don't break in and steal shit.
right?
You would know of them, and they would probably have roles very
Know
similar to
of
how you
them,
have your
but never
automatons.
worked with them.
Yeah, probably not.
Like I said, engines and craft, traveling crafts stuff
Yeah,
is much I worked on.
makes sense.
Pretty much, my power armor is actually based on Morgana.
Oh, is it noticeable?
A little.
Does it have a light strip? I'm curious. Maybe not green, but I am curious about this. Do you have like a cyberpunk like
idea.
LED strip?
I mean, sort of. Not
No.
not a big one, but yeah. If you're asking if my suit has a little bit of a light up line, yeah.
Neat. That's what I was looking for. Carry on. And is it noticeable for Morgana's sake?
She got a 12, so I don't know. Maybe not.
I mean, it's based on I mean, I did base it off of Morgana. Remember when you were me and you on the boat stuff, getting to Moonwatch? Me and you and Andario
Oh,
was looking through your how you worked. Yeah, I wrote notes and based this off of you.
Oh, very nice. I didn't even notice. Well, Morgana will.
Even had a rage feature, though I dismantled it for your defensive armor.
Oh.
Defensive armor.
Yeah, I gave you the enhanced defense.
Oh, on the shield, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I
since I got the
had
+1 on the shield, we can.
I had a
Armor of magical strength?
armor of magical strength. So sort of a Suedo rage item.
Nice.
It's pretty
But
good.
But I
when
gave
we
it
got
to
the gear from that asshole guy who got in jail, I got a regular +1 shield, so Morgana made sure to give you back your infusion.
Oh, you. Well, I guess I'll have to go figure out what to do with this now. I didn't know you handed me back the infusion, so yeah.
It might have got buried and everything else. But Morgana will continue a little bit. We are very interested in seeing you work on technology. We are curious to see how advanced that you can bring it. So we try to find ways to. She kind of stumbles over it because she doesn't know the word to use. Help you learn or expand. And she'll look at her own arms. As we are more complex than other constructs, we have found that it is a good start.
Right. Good start. And hopefully not the end, so to speak.
She will nod.
Well, I think I'm holding you off from Ondariel for a little too long. I think she's still waiting for you at the inn.
Morgana will tilt her head.
Unless... I know that Ondariel is searching for an inn, right?
Probably.
Would assume.
Imagine she would have said something.
Yeah. So yeah. I guess we'll go get some rest and we'll travel to Aetherport when we can.
We look forward to it.
So, you, Morgana, and Dario go and get the full-on entry into the Emerald City Wizard of Oz, like, hamper treatment. I'm talking full-on buff wheel for Morgana, just back and forth. But are otherwise also pampered. Like, it's basically a resort. I will say it's one of the things that's, like, out of the city. Like, it's coast side, just, like, on the outer reaches of it. Probably, like, up there somewhere. We'll go ahead and mark it as a spa. It's got its own little compound. It's got walls of its own. It's very bougie, but dropping 10 gold a night, and they're just like, okay. I'm marking that 10 gold as like the cost of the night, and then like the mandatory like tipping that you would do. Enough to throw your weight around for them to let you into the reclusive area, or
Right.
exclusive. You're pampered, fed. Exhaustion levels would be evaporated very quickly here. Yeah, and you will fade to black, I'm sure, at least a couple times.
I guess so.
Listen,
Morgana's
You're-
powered by 3 nuclear reactors. She has infinite.
I just want to see somebody try and give Morgana a perm. Just, I want to see her in a hair salon. I can't explain it.
And Dario does her hair all the time.
Yeah, and Daryl does her hair pretty much every morning.
Because Morgana's hair is like ultra thin fibers that is almost a mimic of hair. Like
I will
regular
ask
hair.
then, before I cut back to the party and how they interrogate the warden. Is there a specific hairstyle you want to have when you come back from being pampered?
You're from Spy Family.
Bruh.
Spell that for me.
YOR. I'll Google it. God damn it.
I don't
You
know
are-
anime.
You are
Oh my
on
God, the
main today,
mom.
sir. Of course it's the mother.
Okay, valid though.
Or forger.
I know Anya.
All the memes.
See
Yeah.
that? I see
Which
that.
your hairstyle? The mom version or the murder version?
There's a difference.
Yes.
Yeah, she's got her hair usually down and
Yes, murder version.
okay.
That tracks from Morgana.
In the
So-
black dress, Connor.
I feel like I'm
Why
looking-
do you need the dress?
Because
No,
that's the
so he
usual
knows which
outfit.
one is which.
You could also have just bought her a black dress in the time. Like, you know what?
I think
Throw some more
I
gold at
think
it. Have
you're
a shopping spree. Like, do it.
I think you're
Have the time of
projecting,
your
sir.
life. Anyway,
You know, here's one of both. Here.
so
Go.
cutting away from this beautiful little like lovey-dovey story, the rest of the party, you close in on the warden, who's woken up and gagged, and your minotaur is relieved of duty, so he can go rest and pee and not in a bucket and whatnot, or at least not in
Oh
that
my
bucket.
god.
He didn't leave the prisoner unattended. He knows this guy's dangerous firsthand.
It's on the warden.
Yeah, you know, he might have. He's
But
a
he'd
little-
be peeing on Zinkir's
Only if Zonkiri tells me to.
The warden's wet with sweat, it seems. It's
Just
I believe you.
just as a note, this guy hasn't eaten or drunk anything for like 2 days at this point, right?
the warden?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
But Dan, yeah, coming up on 2
Or had a
days.
sandwich.
Yeah, because this is happening before they do their 3-day whatnot while they're out. So it's coming up on the end of 2 days without anything.
Okay. Let me check something real quick. No, I don't want to see any more of this. Character. 1, 2. What's this con mod?
I'll look it up. Combat, Shade Ruiner, 2, Warden. He has a con of +5. He has a 20.
Okay. In that case, he would have 2 levels of exhaustion from, or no, 3 levels of exhaustion from dehydration.
Oof.
Yeah, dehydration, you gain a level of exhaustion at the end of the day if you haven't had any water, and then if you've already had dehydration exhaustion, you gain 2.
So you die after 3 days.
Well, no, yeah, more or less, yeah. After 3 days, you have disadvantage on ability check, speed 0, hit point maximum half.
You hit 5 after day 3, and then you kind of like somebody has to save you.
Yeah, your
or
speed is
just kinda-
0. You can't really do anything, so you just
Yeah.
don't lie there and die.
Yeah. Damn. So you see him severely fucked up. Seemingly his like cloth gag drenched in sweat. You have a feeling it looks like he's been trying to just drink back any of the sweat he could to very little efficiency.
Yes, drink back the salty water.
Yeah, but really, it's
Ooh. He's a slaver. He's not the smartest in the world.
So, Zunkiri, who's in the room with Zunkiri?
Katira.
Karen. Karen's got his full like medicinal equipment out, ready to. knock on
Yixim
again.
wants to get away from this guy. He trusts that you're going to do something horrible. He just
Also, I can heal him in case you, however you choose to go about this.
Would you have told Yixim to prevent him from getting a long rest? I'm assuming.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, so
No, because if he prevents from. Okay,
Yeah.
he'd have had to give him water, but no long rest. So he doesn't get his stuff back, but he doesn't die from the no long rest exhaustions.
So his HP is still going to be like sub 5.
Yeah.
Or- yeah, just
Well,
from like,
technically, he could have used hit dice, but
yeah.
Bef-
But I'm going to
before
say
we do
whatever
this-
he gets, Yixim is just going to like punt him in the head, knock him down
Alright.
a bit.
Fergus, before we do this, is there any spells of mine that you might need? Since we're doing, just so I can have them to me.
Zone of Truth.
Zone of Truth.
Right. Anything else besides that?
Speak with him.
Bane.
switch out aid for Bane. Take out Guiding Bolt. Slap that bitch on Zone of Truth. Anything else? Do we need silence?
No, not silence. We wanted to talk.
Yeah. Let's see. I've got Speak with Dead just in case.
I think what we've got will be good.
Okay.
All right, so Zunkiri's going to open up the cage, and he's going to just kind of Zone of Truth concentration. I forget.
No.
No.
Okay. He's just going to signal for Cairn to go ahead and Zone of Truth and Bane
All
the
right.
man.
As last time, he puts his thumb to his tusk and then puts a bead of blood right in the middle there, and creates that little sapling that will notify you if he's lying.
He's just kind of staring at you. Chained to the wall, certainly.
Oh yeah.
Just kind of sat there staring at you. He doesn't look angry, he doesn't look sad, he just looks apathetic.
Well, nice to meet you. First, we should start with names, shall we?
You've taken his gag out, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
The only thing worth knowing is that my old name is dead. The warden's all I am anymore.
Well, I don't really know about that. In order to be a warden, you kind of need to be something. There needs to be something for you to be warden over.
Warden of the Shade Ruiners.
They're gone.
You can think that. I know my master lives on.
Well, they've made a dangerous mistake. They will be soon enough.
No. You need to go threatening the man with such unfortunateness. To be honest, shall we say, beef is with someone who has employed you recently. What we want is how to get to that man. You are a stepping stone in that stream.
But what do I get for cooperating?
Nothing really,
Then why would I?
because of all you have to lose if you don't.
I thought I'd already lost everything.
No. No, not at all. You still have a future.
Do I?
Of course. As I said, you are a stepping stone to what we really want.
So what? Paint a picture. What do my futures look like?
Well, tell us the full extent of everything you know of what it is we want, and I will assure that none of my... He kind of like gestures to the party. Associates, friends, party members. Yes. That none of them seek to unleash their baser instincts that they are holding back on at the moment.
And
That you are allowed to walk out of here under your own volition.
Karen kills Karen, then keeps making tea. I'm assuming you mistyped there, Pyro.
He did.
Karen
He
kills Karen.
misspelled.
Then
He
keeps...
misspelled Karen the
Oh.
first time, and they said Karen steps in
Oh.
and kills Karen Ray.
Karen Ray,
Fucking-
Karen Ray West. Right.
Yeah, Karen West that keeps making tea. They're making two pots.
So, gotcha. And I see what you've got. Easy enough. If you want to make me an herbalism check, they both work for the strength of them. To just set the DC to resist them.
Here's the basic ST.
I was just going to use both, but go on.
Oh,
We can do two separate ones. Yeah, the
That's
tea's
the best-
pretty good.
that's the best lemon chai I've made to date.
You've made it. You're.
And there's a dummy agent.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
It's a fucking immaculate. Like like the equivalent of like latte foam art. You've mastered even. You're like, God damn, this is a good looking pot of tea. And you're like, oh shit, I've oversteeped the other one. It's probably fine.
My end game is I'm gonna open up Starbucks, but for
Uncle
tea.
Iroh. Anyway,
Damn right.
he looks at you, Zunkir, and goes, "I've dealt with fiends before. I know how wording goes. What's my assurance that you don't give in to your base instincts?"
If it will ease your mind, I will allow you to leave here unharmed. So as long as you tell us what we want.
And when I leave your base, what assurance do I have that I won't be shot in the back?
None. I don't know what you plan on doing.
By your people and associates.
Zunkir just looks over at them and just, y'all plan on shooting him when we let him go?
I got two big fingers to use a gun, really. It really will work very well with those.
Let me ask you this. Are there really any assurances I could give you that you would believe?
You're in the zone of truth, right?
Yeah.
He looks at it. Zone of truth. Because there is an outlined zone that you have around him, and he's kind of asking, "Is this what I think it is?"
That entirely depends on what you think it is.
Well, he asked explicitly, "Is this zone of truth?" I'm telling you his internal knowledge. You have not said out loud, "Can cast zone of truth." I don't think.
Yes, this is a zone of truth.
He knows that it does not flicker in any way to indicate a lie, so he's inclined to believe you're probably saying the truth. Say truthfully, I will be safe to... I will be safe to lead... No further harm will come from you or your associates for any grievances that have already passed.
You have my word.
And I'm assuming you're not lying when you're saying you'll uphold to that. The Connor to Fergus, that is.
Yeah, the thing does not go off.
Okay. He nods then. All right. What do you want to know?
Daxum Bolten. Who is he? Where is he? How can we find him? What's his favorite color?
Color's probably white, given his uniform. He's an eccentric, recluse, obsessed to more so than even obsessive creatures get about discovery and knowledge for knowledge's sake. And blatant disregard for people, which I know, ironic coming from me, but he has this view that people are tools, only to be used for his purposes. You know how his kind are. He's looking at you, trying to read if you know what he is.
Spell it out for those in the room. That's...
I'm gonna roll insight. I feel like Zonkiri would know to be well guarded pretty well in these kinds of interrogations. I feel like you're saying. I was saying I feel like Zonkiri knows to keep himself fairly well guarded in these interactions to know that the people he interrogates often will try and read him back.
Yeah.
So I feel like a 15 is an inconclusive result. Unless
Sure. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
Talking about
So-
Zonkiri is being skilled enough to know not to get himself read by the people he's trying to read. It's not necessarily your deception skill that I'm going off of, rather than like a you've done this before. It'd be
Okay,
fairly,
yeah. What you're asking is Zonkiri knows to give as little information as.
yeah, and to guard his body language to not give things away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was saying. I think a 15 is like an inconclusive result when it comes to him, even though you're.
13.
Oh yeah, disadvantage. Thank you for the reminder. Even still, that's why I'm saying it's not the 11 DC quote unquote that your deception would base it on, like a passive score. I'm saying it's a little bit higher because you know what you're doing. Illithid. Mind Flayer.
Damn Gax.
Sure, whatever that means. He's kind like
My
to eat
orc.
brains.
My orc friend, would you mind doing me a small favor?
Yes.
He sneers at you being an orc, the elf does.
Do you remember the individual that we had the misfortune of glimpsing thanks to our rodent friends interaction?
I believe I did. Pretty sure I did. Did I? Above character, did I see the doctor?
You saw him in the fucking dungeon.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I do. Recall
Yes, there were
seeing
many
that.
copies of him. You saw one.
Right. I just don't know if they popped out like right as I got to
Hold
them.
on. I'm pretty sure the only ones who saw the doctor, because I had dealt with the last one apparently, was Dat and myself.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I
it
reached it
was-
first, dismantled it, and then it looked really bad when I was standing over a
Yeah.
dead rat with his brain on my fucking leg.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And there was no
yeah.
proof of
I
what did
think
it.
that's right. That was right as I got there. So maybe I got a glimpse of it. Maybe not.
In the
I don't
moment
think
you
it-
did it because it looked like Morgana had done something. In the time that's passed, you could have gotten a description from them.
Yeah.
That
I think it was only on Daryl that noticed.
And Daryl probably figured that some shit had happened.
and Dario
But you're
specifically
fucking
chose to think that something happened to Morgana rather than Morgana snapped.
Because she caught it right when the blade caught the brain.
Yeah. They both.
Well, in that case, Zonkiri is just going to wave his hand and major image a copy of the guy.
Mhm.
And you see it. That'd be him.
Shame. Well, at least now we have a name.
Doctor of Blades.
Well, that confirms it, if nothing else. So then,
Maury.
where and how exactly did Mr. Bolt contact you?
We've interacted a few times previously. He was a contact of mine. He's very good at making weapons. He played a large part in helping design the reagent for making the fiend tattoos on my men. The glyphs themselves were proprietary knowledge, but getting a material that conducted in the right way was his field. He knew of me from that and reached out, gave him a price, gave him an offer. He accepted. The rest is history.
All right then. Now, if you had to best surmise, how could we go about finding Mr. Bolt?
Be interesting. Make yourself want some sort of unique creature to make him want to test. Best of luck if you get caught, though.
Something like, say, a half-corrupted solar.
I could do it if said Solo was subdued enough that he thought he could take it. He's curious, but he's not dumb. Honestly, he keeps abducting more rat folks. You might be able to get your friend that you were fighting with to join in. He could pose as one of his people.
Good to know. Well then, my associates, does anyone have any questions for him?
Let's see here. What do we have from the Custodians? We have the Vam race. We have their fucking soul gems. Just how much are your ilk in league with the Custodians, and for how long?
He looks at you.
Sip some of my tea.
We've interacted. They're not the most amiable people. I have this big, brutish fellow that we used to interact with in the city. Seemed to be some sort of forward highwayman. I'm sure he's going to be curious where his business partners went to.
Describe his features.
Are you asking him this, or is Zonkiri describe this guy's features again? Yeah. Oh, the vampire's features?
Yes. I'm trying to see if it's the guy we that ganked.
He starts to describe the guy that ganked, and he just then ends with a. I'm sure he's curious why our connections are no longer there. An attack on a place he interacted with likely won't be overlooked. A bit of friendly advice.
Maybe. Was he the only one you interacted with? Do you have their numbers?
I don't know how many of them are on this planet. You watch Still Truth.
I have nothing else to ask. Katira?
Hmm.
You will learn insightful enough.
She's
You
just-
gauged that with Bolten, quote unquote, aka Dr. Blades, he fully would just like turn over any information on him and did not seem to have any kind of hesitance about it. When it came to the Custodians, he started to play a bit more coy. I know I don't know how many there are. Versus, yeah, he lives here. He does this. He looks like this.
You know more than you're saying.
Of course. Why would I give you everything? Ask the right questions. You'll get the right answers.
Karen goes against the other pot of tea. Thirsty?
He just stares at you with a really bitch expression.
So that's a no.
He just kind of still stares at you, kind of giving off the vibe of like still a bit too proud to like speak to you and interact with your sarcasm.
Just walk up to him with a nice cup of tea. You sure?
Afraid I
Must
don't
be
have any
thirsty.
hands to drink it with.
Proud. Come on. Use your F magics. Anyway. Now,
He just kind of glares at you a bit more. There's some deep-seated orc hate in this guy.
now, I'm sure it doesn't mean a damn thing that I'm not particularly of the orcs that you don't really like. That's how shits kind of usually work. However, I'm a doctor. I tend to trying to help people. I've had some run-ins where I don't haven't been helping a lot of people, but I'm here offering you something to fucking drink. Say you're thirsty, and stop being a prick.
You take a sip first, Poison Master.
Okay, I'll take a sip. It's not a very strong numbing agent.
Give me a con save. Unless
It's
you're
like
just
going to the dentist.
either that or give me a deception check to mime actually
A what?
drinking it. Either deception to pretend drink it or a con save to actually take a sip and resist it.
Alright. My deception is 0, so con. Yeah, I'm just taking a sip. So yeah, let's see where this goes. I might have to spend my fucking +2 on an aspel. Hee. What was 4? Con save. 10. It was a very minor dose. Plus, I rolled shit on it.
Yeah.
It probably tastes like hell. Like, nah.
It does taste like hell, and your tongue, it's like Oragel. Your mouth is now numb. So you talk a little funny. That's it. You do not have to try and do your accent with a numb tongue.
Are you sure? I can do it right here.
You weren't
Alright.
fucking stung by 80 bees.
Joke's on you. That's what I put in the pot. Anyway, I shrug and I put the pot away and I'll keep drinking the other one to try and assuage this dumbass bit.
You see, he sees you take a sip of it and goes, "All right, I'll take some if you're still offering, pig blood."
Karen stops.
You see a slight smirk, seeing that you got paused by him saying it.
He turns and just and looks at Zenkiri. Do you still need him?
I've gotten everything we want out of him. At least everything I think he can provide.
You can certainly think you've gotten everything.
Anything you've held back?
Most certainly.
Looking
What
at
would
Tira.
that be?
Well, I'm not going to just tell you for free. Ask the right questions.
Katir's just been watching this guy like a fucking hawk.
He's
She's trying to figure out what button to push.
You can very much see he was doing the same thing to Karen that you're doing to him, and he found his button, and you know he's about to go and press it more.
She's
Yeah,
just trying to figure out where the button is, because obviously her being racist back is not going to work.
Give me an insight check if you want to like make a check to
Yeah.
try and identify something about him.
I want to try and figure out the button.
I mean, very obvious one is he has this scar on his face of some sort. It's got a kind of like lightning bolt splayed, electric burn style.
It feels too easy.
I mean, he's a drow from the Underdark.
Who lived, come to die.
You don't really know anything else. I'm just looking at him. He clearly has some sort of orc thing. But that's it. With a 14.
She's going to go a different route, actually. Thinking of the scar. She's going to kind of push Karen back gently and just kneel down and very gently tilt his chin up. Who did this to you?
Give me a... How would he respond to that?
Very gentle. She's the other elf in the room. She looks like similar to a dark elf.
You do. Brutish folk. And you see his eyes just momentarily dart towards Karen for a second before back to yours.
She just kind of brushes a thumb over it. I understand.
It seemed like it wasn't a thing he was consciously trying to signal, but just like a
Mm-hmm.
he
Yeah,
darted
she
out,
just brushed his thumb over the scar.
and you get the
I
feeling that
understand.
the scar and the orc thing are tied together.
Yeah. I've also been hurt by certain people, and I would do anything to get my revenge. Wouldn't you?
We're not so different then.
No.
I've already gotten my
We are.
revenge, though. Now I get to live in the afterglow.
And how long can that last?
Every
Until
moment,
you realize there's nothing else.
every breath I draw past theirs has filled me with fulfillment. A drop in an ocean of pride changes very little. Whatever time I'd be deprived of by dying is nothing compared to how much I've gained over my aggressors.
Are they even alive to know what you've gained?
Perhaps not. Their descendants may, though. And it joys me to know that they'll live in fear of the Red Warden.
They live in fear.
I
Of
can only hope
course.
so. He gives a smirk very akin to how Zonkiri occasionally looks. The
She
look.
just kind of
Mhm.
brushes a thumb over his cheek, just kind of caressing. All you know is fear. It's what you've surrounded yourself with.
His smirk starts
Who
to
would
fade a
mourn?
little.
Who would mourn you? She's genuinely asking. This isn't mocking. Who would
His,
go to the ends of the earth for you?
his smile fades. None would truly travel to the ends of the earth for another. It's empty speak and hollow promises. They have something much
I
more
have
real.
traveled beyond the bounds of my world and many others. And I will continue. For the one who holds my heart.
And you are the first, if you truly mean this, to ever do so. And I doubt you are of pure intent as you describe. All who have before always do so with some malicious intent, intended or not. There's always something they gain more than the person they're saving.
There is. I will right the wrongs done to her.
For glory?
There is justice, and there is retribution. But there is also love.
So what do you do it for? Honor and justice, or love?
I do it for my love. I seek justice for my love.
So my point stands. And he just kind of smirks and leans back a little bit, content to think, you're only doing this because you have morals that dictate you must. Your love is competing with justice. And in his mind,
I
that
get
pollutes
that.
it. You do it for your love to make things right, not out. Very specific wording in the way he interprets it.
Okay. Just curious.
He's hearing that you do it for your love to get her justice as the same thing, but to him, those are two very separate ideals.
Hmm.
And you're trying to marry
Okay.
them in your world that he doesn't think that they can be. That to pursue one out of love has to be purely out of love. To pursue justice would be polluting that cause. An ulterior means, some self-gratification to do the right thing.
That makes sense.
And you're insightful enough, I'll give you to it, that you kind of pick up that his reading is that.
Yeah.
So any more questions? I'd love to give you the answers if
She's
you
just-
can come up with it.
Do you love your master?
Of course not. I'm loyal to my master.
Why?
He pauses for a second on how to articulate it.
What does he hold sway for you? Respect? A debt?
A debt of sorts, I suppose. Who do you think facilitated my revenge and taught me the ways in which to achieve it? I owe
I
him for
assumed
that,
as much.
and I have continued that loyalty as long as I could. For as much satisfaction as I have gotten from their death, I could never repay all of it to him. Who knows, though? So long as he lives, and I'm sure he does, he'll just build another shade ruiner. He'll build a new warden, and all that was undone will be remade.
And you will be undone.
If that is how it crumbles.
All that you have given, to be tossed aside.
It was never worth anything. I knew that going in.
Now she gets forceful. And just her other hand comes up and just holds his face. These are lies.
You kind of make him reinterpret what he's saying. And I'm going to rule specifically here. The zone of truth picks up a lie to himself.
Yep.
And you see a slight flicker indication. It's not entirely true that he's always known that he was worth nothing. Oh, you got me on one. Congratulations.
You misunderstand. I need you to know they are lies. It matters not that I know. Every life is worth. Every life is value. The fact that you breathe is value.
You know what I do, right? You have to know I don't believe that.
They have value in something, some service.
I suppose that's true. Jesus, shame.
I saw that.
Bold words coming from Dryad blood over there. Anyway.
You have been fed poison. I cannot blame you for being venomous.
Well, any more questions, dear? As you have his face held.
She gentles her touch and just kind of like brushes the sweat off his forehead.
Karen's standing behind you.
Tell you what, if you let me walk away, I'll write the last thing that I've been holding on to and send it back. 500 feet out, I'll set it down and continue on my way. You can go out and get it.
I will do what I can, but if it is within your deal, then it is within your deal. And she just presses a kiss to his forehead and stands up and walks back.
The shadow of Karen is behind you, just staring down at you both.
Well, what's it gonna be, Orc? More truth or aggression? I think I know what your instincts say.
Karen will smile, a small southern smile. Just, I've heard worse. My
Damn.
fear. I'm a little older than you give me credit for, youngling.
Yeah, what are you, 12, 13? On up there in orc years.
If you recall, there was a bear mauling your people. Hi.
Oh.
But while we're
Interesting.
on the subject, in my years of service,
Oh no.
as a doctor,
Mhm. What?
I've learned to apply a more delicate touch. Sometimes I need a little more beef. When my boys were being a little rowdy on the operating table, as I just got a bag near me filled with just a couple tools. But we're not here to do that today. You aren't my patient. You're his. Now, is there anything else you need, Zankiri?
Well, I said none of us, or any hand by which we command, would harm him, and that he would be allowed to walk out of here on his own.
Won't
So-
harm him.
Heal him up as best you can.
Of course. And what Karen does is his holy symbol begins to glow and red veins go down throughout his arm as he places a hand on this guy's bare chest. Between you and me, you're gonna get a little warm. As I pretty much circulate his blood in order to incorporate his natural healing factor quickly as I cast Cure Wounds at 4th level.
Ooh. Roll it.
But before that, because I actually have prepared a little bit. It was, yes, good. I did get it right. No fine traps today. I cast Beacon of Hope. Dink. I swear, Shane, I'm gonna mute your chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, who?
Go for it.
Vex.
Sorry. Like
Oh, Vex.
Markers popping off or something. I don't know.
So max
Vex!
healing as you pop Beacon of Hope, and then how many? You cast
D8s
Sending like 3 times, didn't you? Do you still have a spell slot for Beacon of Hope?
No, I don't think I should actually. No, never mind. Yeah, I did cast it 3 times. I just haven't did track of them. Yeah. And never mind. I'm Beacon of Hope.
Okay.
Then yep. Then it's just baseline Cruins. Kihi ha ho ho.
I'm sure we'll find.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
It worked. The cutting words
A
worked.
4th level 11. Goddamn.
Damn.
My power grows.
I want you to know the next time Martyr has to make a wisdom saving throw,
You're gonna say, well, I'm sure you'll roll well.
they're waiting.
Well, you've got your paladin
Waiting.
aura.
Like
I'm
the
sure you'll be
diversion
fine.
Harm.
Waiting to mutter the words of oblivion in your head. By the way, this doesn't stop me from just casting it more, just cast more spell slots.
I'm sure you'll roll better next time.
Oh look, ignore. What do you know?
So 22 HP restored. There you go. You broke 11. Notice what I didn't say.
And I'll just for the giggles of it, one more 1st level. Watch it. There we
35.
go.
35 plus 8, 43. Okay, so he's like at 44 HP. He kind of clacks his wrists to have you undo the chains so he can head out. I appreciate it. You're one of the good ones, I guess. Y'all unlock him? Or do you go back on the word that was given?
All right, just a little more. I got one more. A little more. As
I'm
I
very
need
curious
him.
where this is going.
As I need him to make me a save, I believe it is a charisma save.
You know, banish his ass.
No, I already used my 4th level. That 11 fucking healing over there. I'm casting Bane on him.
Charisma saving throw.
DC 18. Yeah, saves. Damn, you are starting.
Oh, he has. Oh, no, he does have. Even with disadvantage, he still.
What's 10 be?
Charisma is his highest save.
Charmisa.
We'll do it again for the hell of it. Just one more.
Sure.
Why do you keep trying to bane him?
Oh well.
Good effort.
You are starting.
Zonkiri will stand up. All right. Let's make sure that none of the gods here strike him down.
I'm level 8. I have 2 4th levels. God damn it.
Trolling.
And if you'd like to give me the paper, I can go ahead and write that note on my way out.
Oh, Karen, don't forget about your channel divinity.
Katira will give him a piece of paper.
My channel divinity.
While giving him the piece of paper, she will stare at the rest of her party members in the torture chamber, basically going, "Do not fuck this up."
My channel divinity.
Let him walk away.
Oh,
Channel divinity
right.
is Toxic Grave, isn't it?
Right, the other one.
Oh no, blood. Never.
Right, my sanguine. No, that's not my channel divinity. Fuck are you talking about, mate? Oh, you mean right, son of a whore. Before we let him out.
Just call me.
Nah. Let's see here. I got Crimson.
I love Pyro's not dealing with that conflict attitude.
No.
Just, not going in the head. See,
let's see
hope.
here.
Just
going back to jail.
Before it heads out. Sorry, mate. I'm a bit of a scientist. I need a little bit here.
You draw a bit of blood.
Like, well, a little more than a bit. I need 2 ounces.
Okay, you draw 2 ounces of his blood.
Yeah.
Zonkiri would have to stop him from that.
Oh,
No harm. No harm. Our hands or any command.
It's not harm. Is it? Do you want to count this one as harm? DM?
I wouldn't. I would leave it up to the NPC's interpretation. Maybe you go to take blood. I'll tell you what, I'll give you some blood if you'll give me back my armor and a horse.
Do we have horses?
The Minotaur's wearing his armor.
And you've got 2 donkeys. So
we have no horses.
Well, at least my armor then.
Yeah, you're not getting that back.
Yeah.
No, I guess I'll hold on to the blood then. Unless you've got a better offer.
I didn't know I had that. Son of a whore.
We have mounts. They're simply not horses.
I'll
How's
take.
your shit?
Sure. I'll take. What kind of mounts?
Donkeys.
Yeah, that'll work. I'll take one of those for your blood. Toll.
Interest.
You're not touching either. You're not touching either of my fucking donkeys. I will cut you, regardless of Sankiri.
Well, should have known the orc to be dishonest.
Right.
Zankiri, get him out of here before you have to stop me.
He smiles.
I was.
Just one more bane for the road, because I don't like the guy.
Whack!
There you go.
Fail.
Why does he like to do
Slaps you upside the head.
Zonkiri will grab the guy and just kind of, he's still in chains, obviously.
Does that hit you?
Me? No.
Just
God damn it.
take him out to the front
Whap
gate.
you upside the head.
So you take him outside.
Yeah.
I don't even look at you.
And just 5 feet from the edge of the gate, just lets go of him and just go ahead.
He goes out 500 feet, stops.
So no, No, he gets about 60 feet away.
Okay. He has not written his note yet.
No, he
Okay.
hasn't.
You?
And what happens when he gets 60 feet away?
He gets attacked.
By...
Y'all a bunch of fucking clowns. I swear.
What's he get attacked by?
This guy. Fuck this guy.
Please tell me it's a rampant undead that you lost control of.
No. No. Actually, right now, Zunkiri doesn't actually have any undead under his control other than the hand.
Hair hand or leaping from the pocket to choke him out.
Nope, not by my hand, not by his hand or any hand he controls.
That's quite a literal break of contract there.
Yes. No, just out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, anybody watching Zunkiri, he doesn't do anything. He just lets the guy go, turns around, starts walking away.
And then just on the ramparts.
Kira's watching him walk away because she was gonna go pick up the fucking note that she gave him paper
Let
for.
Fergus finish.
Bad live. Bonk.
Zunkiri turns away without a word, without anything. Just starts walking back, and then out of literally nowhere, a rudderkin just runs out of a bush and attacks a man.
Wait, what?
A what?
A what?
A rudderkin.
Explain yourself, fiend.
The fuck is that?
This thing.
Is that a low-level demon?
You
Did you?
son
What
of
is
a
this?
fucking demon.
What the fuck is that?
Summon demon and lost control of it and just let it fucking attack him.
Zunkiri didn't. You guys didn't see Zunkiri summon any demon.
No.
But that
What did
above
you
board,
do?
you did use summon greater demon, let it roam for a bit, and then
Oh no, he didn't let it run rampant either. He just didn't. By no command. If you don't command the demon, it just attacks whatever is nearest it that isn't a demon.
Name.
Riderkins. Yeah. A warp treat of Tanari.
Can I get a name on that? I am very curious.
Rutterkin.
they are a warped breed of deformed Tanari and among the weakest of demons. In a sense, they were the true representatives of chaos, for the pathetic mutations were held in utter contempt by all others and completely unbound by masters, societies, or causes. They are hateful, vicious, bad-tasting. Zenzost, the blue-slothed researcher.
Yep.
So you all do watch. I mean, how much damage do they do per round? Because he has 44 HP.
Not much. It's like 10 or so HP, 12ish most.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's not the part he should be worried about. It's the part after that.
I'm looking for a stat block.
It is. I actually have it.
Please share. Actually, I think I found one.
Zunkiri posted it.
Yeah.
What did he? Thank
Actually,
you.
Yeah, that's the important part.
What's MTOF again? Mordenkainen's?
Yeah.
It's in Mordenkainen's. Yep.
Crippling fear. When a creature starts to turn within 30 feet, is that what you're talking about, or the bite?
Oh
Nope.
my god.
If the target is a creature, must succeed a DC 13 con saving throw against disease or become poisoned. At the end of each long rest, the target can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on it. The target is reduced to 0 hit points while poisoned its way. It dies, instantly transforming into a living abyssal wretch. Can only be undone by a wish. Ooh, and he has 3 levels of exhaustion at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And Zunkiri never took off the chains.
And he's banned.
He would have waited for you to take off the chains.
Zunkiri was not taking off those chains.
That
He-
reeks of suspicion.
Probably. He'd have kicked him right out the door.
Yeah, that would have done it. He would have waited and then kicked out, and then
Well, we
run
do
a
have
kid
a
from
The
downtown.
thing is, we do have an acid trap if he tries to do run back in. Or an acid.
I believe that hits him. Yeah, he's got an AC of 10 at the moment.
My god. Katira is fucking furious.
Don't care. Seethe, cope, and mauled.
Don't care.
Failed.
Plus, didn't ask.
It's almost as if Kieran's
Slogan on
morals
top,
are
plus
being suppressed because he's pissed off at
He
this
misses
place.
his attack against the thing.
Plus get real. Plus L. Plus Maul. Plus Seethe and Cope harder.
No, that one
Plus
hits.
always mad skills
That one hits.
issue. Plus ratio. Plus you fell off. Plus triggered. Plus any asters. Plus red
I'm
pill.
so mad.
Plus
I'm
ratio
laughing
again.
insane.
Plus final ratio. Plus rip bozo. Plus WTMB on top.
Oh, he actually also fit. I know he just passes the crippling fear.
Plus,
You're hearing all this in
Ernie.
your head.
Hold on. After watching the Rudderkin start mauling this guy, once Zonkiri sees the infection take place, the Rudderkin disappears.
Karen just standing next to you, probably being like starting to be yelled at by Katira.
No, she knows this isn't something Karen could have pulled off.
Yeah, I'm
And he
sitting next
looks-
to you. Just
He's on the
looking
ground
down.
looking back at you all. I hope you don't expect any fucking note.
Katira looks back at Zonkiri. What was that?
And Zonkiri says this loud enough for the guy to easily hear. I believe that was a Rudderkin. If they bite you, they don't just infect your body, they infect your soul.
You just hear a response after a minute of a well played.
If you want, we could cure it for you.
And the price of that would be?
Whatever you are going to write on that paper.
And then what's to stop you from infecting and killing me after?
Nothing.
I'll take my chances then. And he's
So-
turtle on his back trying to roll over.
So, what does he turn into once that infection takes hold?
Abyssal Wretch.
No, yeah, I know, but Karen's asking.
Oh, an Abyssal Wretch.
Sounds
Thank you.
bad.
Fine.
Well, do we just wait now? Just watch this happen?
I will not.
Watch what happened.
Well, it got him, right? So, what's the deal now? Do I go back inside and finish my tea or what?
Whatever you want to do.
Do you not care?
Not particularly.
Oh, good. As Karen's going to pick up his tool bag and start walking.
Walking. Yeah, like towards the guy or?
Yep.
Katira turns around and stalks off inside.
He eventually rolls back up, hops up, starts trying to walk away.
Mhm.
He sees
I'm
you
gonna
approaching and tries to dash.
I'm
Unfortunately,
going to kick his knees out from under him.
was gonna say-
Sorry, aggressive
I was
tackle.
gonna say, unfortunately, aggressive lets you close the distance faster than he can move.
Hey,
Especially
friend.
Remember, Can, we promised not to harm him by any hand of ours or that which we command.
Right. I will not cause any harm to him. I start looking around, Connor. Are there any decent boulders nearby?
I mean, you'll have a
Oh.
vaguely rocky terrain around your fort.
I'm looking for something not quite 5 feet thick, but decent enough.
Yeah, you find a chunk of rock that you could break off.
Catapult that at him, you psychopath.
What did you say, Shane?
You about to catapult that shit at him?
No. Nothing so gauche. Come on, friend. Let's wrap talk. As I start heading up, and this is gonna be like away from the fort. I'm just in the woods, just looking for a somewhat good boulder. I'm not going far enough into it for anything bad to happen, but out of screaming shot.
Sure. As
You
you're
know-
taking him over, he goes, "Alright, is this where you give in to your nature, orc?"
No, sorry, not my nature. My nature would demand I just bludgeon you to death. Unfortunately, I'm going to take a page out of my erstwhile overseers. Their playbook. Now, I don't know what's going to happen to you. He said something about an abyssal wretch. Don't really know, don't really care. What I'm going to do is make sure you sit right where you are and enjoy the show. And what Karen is going to do is, if I'm reading the spell correctly,
Oh.
I'm going to put him into a boulder with only his head sticking out so he can transform in peace in the middle of the woods. with only his head sticking out. It's enough for him to breathe. I'm not cruel or anything.
Oh my god.
You do so as he's fucking restrained. He can't really resist. You just
Yeah. So, and I'm making pleasant conversation with him.
He
I think it's been
spits.
determined our party doesn't like slavers.
Yeah.
Yeah?
He tries to
I like
spit on you.
slavers.
I'm gonna roll
Oh,
dexterity to hit.
Please do.
It's a straight roll.
Yeah, I get that he's a fucking slaver.
So
He's
as soon
still
as
dehydrated, so it's no spit.
yeah. Oh, you still seem a little thirsty, buddy. And here, I brought some out with me, and I have the numbing agent for your pain and troubles. As I make him drink the entire pot.
You absolutely force feed him, and he just throws it all back up, mostly just from 2 days of dehydration and having a pot of water shoved down his throat.
Oh, buddy. Well, no, it's the numbing tea.
Yeah. So he's a bit vomiting and just
Yeah.
he does try and spit some of the water back at you. Is it still scalding hot too?
No.
Okay.
It's had too much time to cool off now. If anything, it's lukewarm.
Okay.
So yeah, as soon as I get the boulder good and like, all right, there we go. Now that's a crafting a dwarf would be proud of. Now, I can make this quick and easy for you, or you can tell me what the hell I want to know, and I'm not even gonna. I can't cause you any pain, but what I can do is ensure a bear comes along and does something to you. Makes it probably quick, hopefully.
What do you want?
How many fucking fangs are on this planet?
Maybe if I was given some freedom, I'd tell you.
Well, I bet you've had that question asked of you many times before, so I guess seethe, mauled, and hopefully that itch on your chin doesn't get too bad.
Monster. You see his face twitches a little.
And what I will also do is, Connor, I have many ingredients that I use to make my teas.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do, because I am one of these unfortunate people online who have seen many terrifying shorts and interesting facts. One of those is just how fucked up honey can be, and I'm just going to slather honey along the rock, right, and leading down just enough so that it goes onto the ground, and any intrepid insects might come by.
Oh, that's cruel.
It is. But I'm not doing him any harm. It's delicious honey.
Oh. Now, Benny, you don't control the ants.
I don't control ants. I'm just a funny little guy.
You're saying this as you're smearing it around.
Yeah,
Real
it's
fun.
honey. Matter of fact, here's some for you two. I'll feed him a little spoonful. Here we go.
My fucking god.
There we go. And I'll pat him on the head and say,
How much does
"Bye."
honey? Hang on. How much does honey fuck up your ability to speak if you can't swallow it from dry throat?
Not a lot.
Oh, okay.
I'm not force feeding him like the entire jar.
Okay. It did play. This did play an important factor. So okay.
Yeah. I'll probably be yelled at by my spirit, by the bear inhabiting me. But you know what? This is Karen shit.
The bear inside of you does have some objections.
Yeah, there's like, it's honey, but it's not good.
Translation. This is cruel. This is evil. This is not who you are.
Yeah, this is not cash money. So
This is not lawful good behavior.
no, it's not. And Karen will feel about this later, but right now he's pissed.
This
So-
is lawful justice behavior.
Is it?
My life for us. Anyway,
Justice.
there we go. I'll pat him on the
Lawful
head.
vengeance.
So you
I disagree.
enjoy whatever happens to you in 24 hours. Hopefully that'll happen before this. Bye. As I walk back.
You hear him like trying to kick against the stone as you get it going away, just yelling the equivalent of slurs and undercommon at you.
And I'll take the winding path away.
Now you want to
from
know
where-
the fucked up thing?
What?
He has verbal component spells.
Yep.
Mhm.
The only ones that are only verbal, because he's still restrained, so he can't somatic.
Hmm.
Destructive Wave was just verbal, but he used both of his spell slots on that. So if he'd just not used one before, he could have just blown himself out of this and ran. The other verbals, Staggering Smite, he has no weapon to cast on. Searing Smite, Compelled Duel, and he was contemplating casting Command on you. But there was no word he could think of to do anything other than tell you to flee, and then you'd know he could do Command. Probably just muzzle
He
him.
could have tried Mercy.
But you know what? That's not in his vocabulary.
And also it has to make sense to the creature. So mercy right now for Karen would be to just kill him, but I'm under contract. I can't kill him.
By your own volition, if you were commanded to do a thing, well.
Ah, damn! Gosh, golly, he has too many hit points for me to get through in one turn.
But you will continue to see him just squirm and try and bust out. To no success, because you've made it fucking thick stone, and he's restrained.
I'll just mutter as I'm walking away. Feel as much freedom as those under your own yoke.
In the middle of the night, you all will have heard screamings.
I took him far into the woods. I specifically
it's wailing as the fucking ants get there.
Oh, shame. Well, they're out fucking at a resort, so you know.
Literally. So, Katira, on your trek out of the fort as you stormed off, mad to be there with them, you
absolutely fucking furious.
Under anger and disgust, just flashes back a different twinge of anger you felt before. As you pass out, face first into the road, a couple minutes out, and walking full speed for you. As you start to regress, you go back to the angry night, but it doesn't fit. You weren't disgusted then. You have a new seething memory, the strongest disgust you have felt in a long time, if ever, as you see this normal planescape of you and your wife is replaced, literally watching the ground burn underneath your feet to match the terrain you just left at the fort, as you see an instant replay of the Rudderkin diving the Warden, and you just feel this sludge boil up in your throat before it starts to pour out like hot tar. Just this retching, disgusting feeling fills you. You're still in this emotion as you're reclaiming it. And you're just sat there, even more vilified looking. You see Karen and Zonkiri with like these evil looks in their eyes. They look vilified here. Even more so in Zonkiri's case than his usual.
That's possible.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost shocking. You just see this like...
He's gone straight into cartoony at this point.
You see this evil, rejoicing feeling on their faces as they're tormenting someone who, in this case, is painted more innocent, more undeserving of their crime. And the Rudderkin is twice its size than it was. It's all blown out of proportion just to weed all the disgust you could feel out of you. And you just lie there frothing in the sand for a bit. Just enraged. To an onlooker, it looks like you just had a stroke. But you wake up 10 minutes later, wipe the spit from your mouth, and look around. Continue on, having regained disgust in a fittingly very unsatisfactory way.
She goes into town looking to see if she can find any trace of Morgana and Endariel.
And I feel like I have to call it there because we're 45 minutes over the normal end time.
By the way, let's have a fun little flashback to the last person who committed a minor, admittedly minor racism against Karen.
Who was
that?
Who? Our lovely tiefling girl.
Endariel, oh right.
The patience.
Does anyone
Morgana wasn't there?
have a guess other than Connor, whom I've told, does anyone have a guess as to why Katira is so furious?
We kind of made you a liar. I don't know.
Yeah, you fucking did.
Yeah, that
You
didn't
hit
really
that
matter.
nail right on the goddamn head with that one. You
I
made her a
just-
liar.
Yeah,
And it is
I
gonna
try to
take-
say it really shows how much Karen actually kind of he appreciates Enduro despite being an asshole. At the time, she's gotten surprisingly a lot better ever since we had that fucking shouting match.
Well, I mean,
And as soon as Katira gets the opportunity, she is going right to them and she is telling them exactly what you motherfuckers just did.
As far as you know,
Carrie be like, okay.
I'm
Who
telling
asked?
Mom, and literally, and Daryl going, I'm going to stay here so I don't have to interact with any of the fucked up shit they're going to do. And Katir going, I'm coming to tell you everything that happened so you have no plausible
Just because
deniability."
she's like,
went out
I
and
have to
took care
tell
of business.
someone else. I have to tell someone else that is actually going to understand why this was so horrible.
And Dario finally relaxed for a moment. Goes, this is nice. There's no evil necromancers. Finally being
She can't find him. She can't find him.
I'm guessing
But
this
she is
was
not.
Well, I'm
happening while
pretty sure Katira knows Andariel's habit for staying in pretty expensive inns.
Literally just say, was there a tiefling and an automaton who went to a very nice inn recently? Yeah, they went here. Cool.
There's a boot candle involved.
When was this actually happening?
But she also doesn't know if you guys went to
And
either
back
ward.
by then, I think they had the whole interrogation with him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's
So I'm
if,
guessing was this when we were doing the modding of
no, this was
Morgana?
after. This
Yes.
was
You tell me that Silver's walking back by himself and he just walks past the fucking entombed dude and it's just like, okay, and just walks past.
No, this was in the woods, brother. I wouldn't do this on the road.
I do kind
hold
of.
on.
It's probably not true, but I do love the idea of him just going, "Not my problem, not my circus, not my monkeys." Just
Hold on, I want to check something. Was there any expectation among anybody that that guy was ever going to be just let go?
no.
Yes.
No.
No, not in the least.
No.
It's
He's
one
a
of the reasons that
slaver.
Daryl decided to stay at the fucking
You're
city.
expecting
He's
that the
the,
word is kept.
I mean, I knew
he's the
that
second in
probably-
command of a slavers unit that shipped out 24 boxes of papers worth of people. He's fucking dead.
She understands that and she doesn't like him, but she's sitting here going, you've given your word to something and you've made me party to it. You didn't tell me at any point that you were going to
Oh,
lie.
I can't wait to have this conversation in person with her.
Next week.
Oh, it's gonna be
Next-
great next week as I
next-
cut the recording here.